can outscore whatever their defense gives up. The Medina game at the end of the season would be a prime example. It was 51-43. But the problem here is the St. Ignatius defense is a lot different than the Medina Bees defense. And for me, it's can Solon keep up with whatever that St. Ignatius defense throws at them.
And the flip side of it is Medina has that big backfield that they ran with Whitaker, and you're going to get a pretty big dose of that and add in a really big offensive line. So there are concerns, but I don't see this being the runaway that a lot of people do. I think Solon's one of the better teams in the state.
And Solon has the ability to force turnovers. And if they can figure out that offensive line, get pressure on the quarterback from their linebackers. So Solon has the ability to kind of disrupt what St. Ignatius does. And if you can get them out of that rhythm a little bit, make them do some things that they don't like to do, maybe you can change that game.
Well, as our guys mentioned, Nate and Jeff mentioned, the winner of that game will face the winner of the Stowe-St. Edward game, and we've got a preview of that. Our Ryan Isley previews the Eagles and the Bulldogs. Take it away, Ryan.
Good evening from Twinsburg. I'm Ryan Isley for cleveland.com and Friday Night Huddle. Tonight here at Twinsburg Tiger Stadium, the number 2 St. Edward Eagles will take on the number 3 Stowe Bulldogs in a Division I, Region 1 regional semifinal. It's a rematch of last year's state semifinal that was won by the Eagles 45-7. Both teams coming off impressive victories as St. Edward defeated Euclid 42-7 last week, and Stowe took care of Canton McKinley 35-10, both home games for the two teams. I can tell you right now that the Stowe Bulldogs are taking this game personally. Talking to quarterback Kyle Van Treese last week, they want to prove that they belong on the same field with St. Edward after last year's 45-7 defeat. Both defenses come in giving up very few points, as St. Edward has given up 14 or less 5 of their 10 games, and Stowe has held 8 of their 11 opponents to 14 points or less. We'll have more as the night progresses from here in Twinsburg, so stay tuned to Friday Night Huddle.
And, that's a very valid point. Stowe's thing is Project 17, and that's because they have a lot of seniors that played in that state semifinal game. And quite honestly, they didn't like the way that went. And it kind of went bad from the beginning. Yeah. And again, I think this is going to be another really close game. I really do.
And, that was a game that had a running clock coming out of halftime. It was a really challenging game for Stowe, and they've been building to this for a long time with Kyle Van Treese. Obviously, they lost Jay Gobble. But
now they got Joe
Gobble now.
You got a Gobble in the backfield. You're in good shape in Stowe.
But, they've been building to this, and I thought Ryan pointing out that they want to prove that they belong on the same field as St. Edward. And frankly, this is a different St. Edward team. I think this is a different Stowe team, too. Even though a lot of the talent is the same, I think this is a more mature Stowe team, a team that learned a lot from that run last season. So I am curious to kind of see how this game plays out, really from both sides.
Yeah, and I think, Mark Norrie's been around the block quite a bit, played in the NFL, coached in the NFL. The message is we're not playing the St. Edward Eagles that are two-time defending state champs. Those guys are in college now. We're playing this St. Ed's team. And that's literally what he has to get across to Stowe. And I think they get that. I really do.
And weren't there 9 of them?
Yeah, that were D1.
That went to Division I from last year, a dramatically different team. I think the other thing that strikes me, just listening to that report we heard, the wind.
Yeah.
You look at last week and St. Ed's was able to beat Euclid. They got 5 touchdowns through the passing game. Obviously, you mentioned Ryan Van Treese, a big part of things. So I think that changes perhaps. I guess we don't know which direction things are blowing or anything like that, just listening to the report. But you got to believe that the running game is going to be much more important this week than maybe it was last week for each of those teams.
Well, Kyle Van Treese is a D1 quarterback, and he's got the arm to cut through that. And they have a very good offense. They're balanced. Anything you could want, They got the big left tackle, Miranda, that's going to Penn State. He is a man. And they're going to have to – St. Ed's is going to have to account for him. Much like the Eagles had that big offensive line a year ago, it's going to be a very interesting matchup.
And the thing that St. Edward was able to exploit last year was they made Stowe bring pressure with more than 4 guys. And that's something that Stowe was able to do against Canton McKinley last week. Pressure with 4 guys. That frees up those linebackers to force turnovers. go hit people if they want to do that. It allows your secondary to have a little help as well. So, that's always one of the keys with Stowe. Can they create pressure with 4 guys? If they can't, then it starts to expose some other areas of the defense.
You know what? Their defensive backfield is pretty good. They're pretty solid. They played against a very diverse Canton-McKinley team and did really well against them. Well, we've got this game so well covered. Our band reporter, Krista DeFini, love Krista DeFini. She has a preview of the St. Edward Eagles band.
Krista DeFini here in Twinsburg, ready to cover the Stowe vs. St. Edwards game. I cannot wait to see the St. Edwards Marching Eagles out on the field and in the stands. They participated in concerts and parades and competitions. They received 2 excellence and 3 superiors, which means they qualified for states. And yes, marching bands can qualify for states. I cannot wait to see their show at halftime. It's called One Giant Leap. They're playing a tune that we all should know. It's from Star Trek. I can't wait to see it. You'll have to stay tuned to find out what song it is.
Krista DeFini, our student band reporter from the Independence Band. Always a little different look with Krista. Love it.
You know that, in the NFL, Ian Rappaport, Adam Schefter, they have, their phones are just full of, GMs and coaches that they can take. I just wonder if Krista has, band directors.
Exactly.
If
she's getting there.
If she's all sourced up just in the band community, because every week it's a new band.
Building the Rolodex. Last week we had her at Cuyahoga Heights, and so this is, 3 schools in 3 weeks, building things up.
As we look at it, another game that kind of grabs the attention, Aurora and Hudson. 2 teams from the Suburban League, different parts of it, so they don't play during the regular season. That's a really interesting matchup. I was really impressed with the Aurora Greenmen. Only lost week 1 to the Solon Comets, have won 10 straight, and they're looking pretty good as well.
They are, and they look awfully good. Hudson has been a good team for a long time. This year, it's a different look. Obviously, Ron Wright is not the head coach, not to say anything, to the coaching sense of things. But it's just like everybody else. Mitch Guadani has moved on, and he was their quarterback for a long time. But there's just, yes, Hudson gave Stowe its only loss of the year, but the way that they lost the 2 games that they did, they were up at home on Canton-McKinley going into the second half and wound up getting blown out. I think it was 51-24. And then later on in the season, they go ahead and play Twinsburg, who is a program on the upswing. Yeah. But it's still a team that you would figure Hudson should beat, and that one was 21-12. So I think when you look at that and then look at what Aurora has been able to do the last 10 weeks, stringing together convincing victory after convincing victory, with Bubba Arslanian in the middle of that, I think there's a lot of question marks for Hudson that they will really need to address so they're going to have a shot against Aurora.
The one thing that impresses me with Hudson, though, is fell down 24-7, 24-7 to Stowe, came back and won 25-4. Fell behind to Copley, came back in the second half and won. That's the sign of a team that really believes in themselves. So I'm sure, in that locker room, they feel like they're every bit, ready to go against Greenman. But Aurora, that's a different kind of animal than what you're used to.
Yeah, and one thing you do know about Hudson, I think this is a good story for them already. Playing 3 quarterbacks, obviously that game against Stowe, but with Jeff Goff, he's going to be aggressive. If you have a chance to win the game, we saw it going back to that Stowe game. He's going to go for 2 and go for the win. He was aggressive against Copley last week. You know that if you've got a shot, he's not going to leave anything off the table against Aurora. He's going to put everything they have out there. Whatever it takes, trickery, 2-point conversions, Hudson's going to put it all out there tonight against the Greenmen.
Yeah, and that's a game you can catch in about 10 minutes. They'll be kicking that off on Time Warner Cable Sports Channel. They'll have that game live. That'll be a very interesting one. Our Bill Mayville is at that game, and Bill has a preview of Hudson and Aurora. Take it away, Bill.
Hey everyone, Bill Mayville from cleveland.com doing a quick game preview for tonight's Division II Region 5 playoff action between the number 1 seed Aurora Greenmen and the number 5 seed Hudson Explorers. Hudson comes into this game after rallying last week in a 25-15 deficit, scoring twice in 139 to overcome fifth-seeded Copley, while Aurora comes in after beating Barberton 40-13. Storyline for the game tonight is, can Aurora slow down the three-headed quarterback monster that Hudson employs with Colt Pillay, Parker, and Wallace? And for Hudson, they've got to slow down an offense that's averaging almost 40 points per game for. Last week, Gavin Blunt had a pair of touchdowns, one receiving TD, one kickoff return for a touchdown, and Chris Vanzo had a pair of rushing touchdowns. A couple of good defenses going at it tonight. Aurora is averaging around 16.7 points per game against, while Hudson is averaging 18.7 points per game against. So it should be an interesting game to see who can slow down the other team's offense. Follow us on Twitter for more information, game scores, and updates. Hashtag NEOVarsity, hashtag FNHuddle.
All right, Bill Mayville with a preview. He mentioned Chris Vanzo, it's a 1,000-yard rusher, and then there's Bubba Arslanian, who's opening the holes, and it's kind of interesting. He's the long snapper, and Bob Mahalik told me he's actually the fastest guy on the team. He wants to return kicks, but they have to give him a break. They don't want to put him back there because they want him to get a breather. But think about the athletic ability. He's a linebacker, he's a fullback, he's your long snapper, and oh, by the way, he's the fastest guy on the team.
Yeah, that says a lot. And you wonder, maybe as the playoffs go along, if Aurora's hanging in there, maybe you do sneak him back there to try and return a kick or two.
He was going, hey, Coach, I mean, literally at practice, I want to return kicks, I want to return kicks. And he's like, he kind of looked at me, he goes, see?
Mac Austin's not bad at quarterback either. This is a very complete Aurora team.
Yeah, and Mac Austin's a senior, waited his turn. He's completing 67% of his passes. He's got a 14-2 touchdown interception ratio. He's doing everything you want a quarterback to do.
And, Bill Mayville in his report there also mentioned Chris Vanzo with a couple of touchdowns last week, Gavin Blunt. And like you said, Dan, I mean, they are so complete. And it isn't just Bubba Arslanian, and it isn't just Bubba and Mac Austin, the quarterback. There are so many weapons out there. And when you look at that and the number of guys that have had multiple touchdown games for Aurora, you can see how they've really been having their way with everybody for the last 10 weeks.
Well, we talked a little bit about the Division I, Region I games with Solon and St. Ignatius, Stowe, and St. Ed's. Division I, Region II has a couple of Northeast Ohio against Central Ohio guys, and I've been really impressed with the way Medina has played, getting into and then advancing in the playoffs as well.
And last week we maybe not successfully tried to brand this the Olentangy region. I know you have your upside down region because there were 3 schools involved with the name Olentangy. But for Medina, I mean, they started the season with some crazy numbers. I mean, they shut out Lakewood in their first game 55-0. The next week against Kenston, they put up 70 points. I mean, at one point they were outscoring their opponents 200 and something to 30 something. But I really think the concern here is the Medina defense, and we saw that manifest itself against Solon. We saw it last week, even though they were able to come back from behind and win against Toledo Whitmer on the road, which was a very impressive thing to do. They still gave up the points. They won, but it was 38-31. So, it's tough to rely on that offense all the time, no matter how good that is. But if Medina's defense can just step up enough to slow down Liberty, then I think that can be the difference in this game.
And let's take a look at Division I, Region II. That's what we're talking about. Is Liberty beat Orange? That's a rematch from earlier in the year, and Liberty won 2 close games. Yeah, the one thing about Medina, they played Solon, they played Menor, they lost to both of those teams, but they're not going to see anything that they have. When you've played the Solons and the Menors of the world, there's not much that you're going to get surprised by when you get into this time of year.
Yeah, they didn't just play them, they played them well.
Right.
Too. And against Menor, they had some leads. They had chances to win that game. Same with Solon. I mean, you could probably look at those 2 games and say, Medina should have won those games. They should probably be sitting here at 11-0. But, they're not. But like you said, they learned something in those games. And the key here is make sure you're not chasing, right? Because you know you maybe can't trust your defense to get you too much, but if you can kind of get out ahead, get a couple stops here and there, make sure that Liberty is chasing you, that's a good place to be.
Well, especially when you've got Jimmy Daw and Alex Whitaker running. You got those two big guys in the backfield. If you get the lead, you're just going to see a lot of running the football for the Medina Bees. Our Tim Bielik is at this game and has this preview. Take it away, Tim.
This is Tim Bielik from cleveland.com and the Friday Night Huddle. I'm coming to you tonight from Arlen Field in Mansfield, Ohio, where the second round of the playoffs is underway tonight. It's a Division I Region II semifinal tonight as the number 5 Bees face the number 1 Olentangy Liberty Patriots. Medina comes into this game having won just their second playoff game in school history a week ago, and they had to overcome a 24-point deficit to defeat Toledo Whitmer 38-31. The key for the Bees is that big backfield of quarterback Alex Whitaker, who weighs just about 235 pounds, and senior running back Jimmy Daw, who weighs just more than 220. For the 11-0 Patriots, they had a close call against rival Olentangy Orange in the first round, but good news for the Patriots, they have Brendan White back. The Ohio State commit is healthy. He's a do-it-all player, outstanding athlete, and he could be a game changer, no doubt, for the Patriots as they try and go to 12-0. Make sure you follow me on Twitter at Bielik_Tim, as well as the hashtag Friday Huddle for more highlights and updates throughout this game.
Tim brings up a great point. That come from behind win also has to have the Bees feeling pretty good. Another game in that region is the Dublin-Jerome and Lorraine. Is Dublin-Jerome 10-1, Lorraine 9-2. Our Matt Gould has a preview of this matchup. Take it away, Matt.
Down to Mansfield-Madison's StarTech Stadium here, where we have a Division I Region II semifinal between the 9-2 Lorraine Titans and the 10-1 Dublin-Jerome Celtics. The winner of this game will face either Olentangy Liberty, the top seed, or Medina, the Badland Bees, who are playing in the other regional semifinal tonight. Looking at this one, I think it's going to come down to Lorraine's defense. Deshaun Brooks, the talented cornerback, matching up against Ty Montgomery, receiver for Dublin-Jerome, who has more than 1,200 yards receiving. They also have a 2,000-yard passing senior quarterback in Joe Dunnan. So let's see if Brooks and the secondary from Lorraine can slow them down as they have to so many other teams. If you've been following us on cleveland.com this season, I've mentioned a few times, Brooks has had some pretty impressive games, holding Jalen Harris at Cleveland Heights, probably the number 1 receiver in the state for the senior class, held him to 1 reception back in week 10. He also shut down Javante Richardson of Maple Heights, who is going to Kentucky. So Brooks has developed quite the following this year, quite the ability as a cornerback. It's actually his first full season as a cornerback. He played football for the first time last season, was a basketball player. They played him at receiver, moved him, tried him a little bit at quarterback this year, and he's taken off. He's getting D1 looks from Mid-American Conference schools and some small Big Ten schools like your Purdue's, your Indiana's, schools like that. So we'll see if he and that defense can slow them down. They also have a talented running back who plays safety in Carlos Chavis. So that's the matchup to watch. Dublin-Jerome's passing game. Can Lorraine slow it down like they have to so many other teams this season?
All right, we'll check in with Matt throughout the night. It's an interesting matchup, and when you talk about Jalen Harris and Javante Richardson, those are 2 big, tall, physical wide receivers that Lorraine, their DB, is shut down. That's a heck of a job.
Yeah, and those are the toughest ones to stop, really, because they just cause so many problems, not just with their skill, but it comes down to their size, right? They're just bigger than you. Maybe they're a little stronger than you. So to have the ability to shut those guys down and help your team win games from the cornerback position, that's impressive. And Lorraine, what a story. Probably one of the best stories in Northeast Ohio. A great win last week. They were trailing at halftime. They ended up winning the game. First playoff win, I believe, in school history. Yeah. Just an incredible story of the Titans.
And, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
We've talked a lot about Aurora and their history and how they got past Solon, losing the first game and then have just ripped off 10 wins in a row. I mean, that's essentially, Lorraine has done something along the same lines. They lost to Midview in a very close game, who was 9-1 during the regular season, and then lost their rivalry game to Elyria, natural grass field. Anything can happen there. and I guess that's true for both of those schools, but then to go ahead and win 8 in a row to close out the regular season, win their first-round playoff game, yeah, I mean, that really says something about the Titans, and it's how they've done it, too. I mean, they, like you said, shutting down those receivers, and, you know, even against Bedford, who fell off toward the end of the season, but didn't they had 5, they forced 5 turnovers.
Yep.
Against Bedford, and so, yeah, I mean, Lorraine, look out for Lorraine.
Well, you know what? It kind of speaks to they were tested early. You know, you play those teams early, even though you lose to them. Midview, real good program. They know it teaches you that your margin for error is very small, and losing those games early tells you what you got to work on. And they clearly the Titans got the message.
Yeah, sometimes you have to lose, right? Sometimes you have to kind of figure out what you need to get better at, or maybe how to cover up some mistakes here and there. And sometimes you can only learn that through losing, and certainly that's what's happened for Lorraine.
And I wonder a little bit, well, not a little bit, I wonder quite a bit. We both talked about Medina having seen Mentor and Solon, and so who else could they possibly see that throws anything different at them? But is there a Solon or Mentor type team in this region? You know, is it Dublin Jerome, who Lorraine is playing tonight, or is it Medina's opponent, Olentangy Liberty? You know, are either of those similar, or will both Lorraine and Medina, because of the Division I, Region I schools that they played, are they perhaps two of the best equipped teams in their region because of the level of competition they've seen throughout the regular season?
Be an interesting storyline. Well, we're going to head back to my upside-down region as the 8th seed, Avon Lake. They pulled off the upset, beating previously unbeaten and number 1 ranked Avon in the first round of the playoffs, and they will play a team from the Toledo area, White House Anthony Lane. Our Mike Fitzpatrick has a preview of this one. Take it away, Mike.
You are looking live at the Avon Lake Shoremen as they get ready for their playoff battle against Anthony Wayne. Avon Lake is 8-3. Anthony Wayne also 8-3. Avon Lake the 8th seed, Anthony Wayne the 4th seed. Avon Lake led by their outstanding senior quarterback Mark Pappas, who's thrown for more than 3,000 yards and 32 touchdowns. His favorite target is receiver Carson Toy, who has 1,200 yards receiving and 14 touchdowns. Anthony Wayne, a bit more of a running team. They're led by their outstanding all-around offensive performer Evan Brown, who's rushed for 1,245 yards and 16 touchdowns. And he has thrown for 505 yards and 6 touchdowns. A pair of 8-3 teams. Mike Fitzpatrick, cleveland.com reporting.
Well, there you have it. As the 8th seed, the Avon Lake Shoremen tried to continue their playoff run after they beat the Avon Eagles, number 1 ranked team in Division II. They take on White House Anthony Wayne. We're a few minutes away from kickoff. We're going to step aside and take a quick timeout as we get the regional semifinal action underway here in week 12 of high school football all across the state of Ohio. They're getting ready to kick it off at Nordonia's Bolin Stadium. It's Hudson and Aurora. A live look-in as the Greenmen, the top-ranked team in that region, will take on the 4th-ranked Hudson Explorers. We'll be right back on the Friday Night Huddle. Don't go anywhere.
Just as athletes need proper sleep for optimum performance, so do fans. To be your best, you need your rest on a properly fitted mattress from Mattress Warehouse. A good night's sleep on the right mattress prepares you for whatever the day throws at you. Visit Mattress Warehouse for a custom sleep assessment, and we'll help you find the right mattress for a great night's sleep and a productive day. Sleep like a champion, play like a champion with the perfect mattress from Mattress Warehouse.
The best thing Tri-C did for me was give me opportunities. The workforce program prepared me for the career I have now. I got a job in the aerospace industry where I work on CNC machines. I have 3 younger brothers. I want to teach my brothers, hard work actually pays off. Come to Tri-C. It's a great stepping stone to wherever you're trying to get to in life. My name is Chris Grooms, and I got my start at Tri-C.
Saturdays, after the big game, Time Warner Cable Sports Channel is Ohio's destination for all things college football. Join Les Levine and Anthony Lima as they break down all the day's action. Listen in live on Coach Urban Meyer's news conference and take your calls on the road ahead for the Scarlet and Gray. More sports and Les Levine postgame Saturdays after the game on Time Warner Cable Sports Channel.
I'm Stipe Miocic, world heavyweight champion for Nature Stone and Cleveland's first hometown champ. Fighting can be brutal, so can mold, mildew, or flooding on your basement carpet or tile. Get Nature Stone and never replace your basement flooring again.
Hurry, act now. Get Nature Stone and save up to 50%. That's up to 50% off authentic Nature Stone flooring.
Nature Stone, like me, simply the best.
Act now. Call or visit naturestone.com today.
Football fans, huddle up. Friday nights are about to change forever with Friday Night Huddle. From pregame to postgame and everything in between, Friday Night Huddle is the place for Ohio football action. Combining the resources of cleveland.com, classic teleproductions, and Time Warner Cable Sports Channel, Friday Night Huddle gives you unprecedented coverage. You can be part of the action. Get updates as they happen. On cable, online, and on point. Friday Night Huddle. Dominion East Ohio is proud to salute young people in our area who work toward their goals both in the classroom and on the field. We're proud to serve our community and are committed to making a difference. Each year, Dominion partners with schools throughout the region and the entire country to develop new programs aimed at strengthening math and science education in our schools from kindergarten through high school. For more information about our programs, services, and community involvement, www.dom.com. Dominion, it all starts here.
The Ohio Lottery's Partners in Education program has been recognizing students and teachers who shine both in and out of the classroom since 2007. To nominate a deserving teacher or student, go to ohiolottery.com and click on Supporting Education. Students in kindergarten through 12th grade are eligible to be academic all-stars. K through 12 teachers can be honored as the Teacher of the Month. Every school that participates is eligible to be honored as the School of the Year. The Ohio Lottery's Partners in Education, where stars shine.
Tuesday nights are for Ohio college football. And now, Time Warner Cable Sports Channel is teaming up with your favorite site where Ohio State fans gather, 11 Warriors. Join Marissa Contapelli and the pros who know the team best as they preview the week ahead. 11 Warriors Report, Tuesday nights at 7, only on Time Warner Cable Sports Channel.
Welcome back inside the Friday Night Huddle. I'm Dave Bacon, joined by Dan Lobby, Dave Skosen. Guys, let's talk a little bit about Avon Lake. What a job, you know. They got handled pretty easily by Avon during the regular season. They come back and they beat them in the playoffs.
And they had gotten handled easily by Avon 4 times in a row. I mean, going back to 2012 was the last time that they had actually beaten Avon. We're talking about the Avon Lake Shoremen. But it was a lopsided loss after lopsided loss. But again, that game always happens early in the season. So we saw Avon Lake progress throughout the year. We saw them fall behind last week, have to come from behind, a heroic interception to hold on to the victory with 30 seconds to go. I mean, the Shoremen, it's, you know, I hate to go back to it again, but we already talked about Aurora. Had their loss early. Lorraine lost their 2 games early. You got to feel that Avon Lake has a little bit of that working also, where they just continue to improve throughout the season, and right now it's paying off.
And they got the memo, too, that in their conference now you sling the ball around. That's what you do. And you've got Mark Pappas at quarterback, Carson Toy, such a good target at wide receiver, and they've just transformed the way that they play, and they benefited from that last week.
Well, you see teams putting up 50 on the scoreboard. You better start throwing the football because, you know, not only do you have Midview, you've got Avon, and, I mean, let's be honest, you better be able to outscore those teams because nobody's going to stop them. You end up beating them by outscoring them.
And so much of your schedule, too, is your conference schedule when you're in the Southwest Conference. You know, it's like 9 games long. You play 1 non-conference game, and then you've got to play all these teams that just score a ton of points. In Avon Lake, had fallen behind, and so it's good for them to see them kind of modernize their offense a little bit and catch up with the likes of Avon.
And it's funny that you say you're not going to stop them, but that's exactly how Avon Lake was. I mean, holding Avon to 26 points is an accomplishment in itself. Yeah, it was.
Yeah, I know. I mean, it's kind of funny. We're laughing about it. They only scored 26.
Yeah, sometimes it's not about getting stop after stop after stop.
It's
about getting that one stop here or there to kind of turn a game.
Let's move to Division II, Region 5. We talked a little bit about the Aurora-Hudson game. The other game in that region, very interesting. You have an unbeaten Chardon team, 11-0, and they've just been rolling through everybody. And they face Warren Harding. Harding one loss. That was to Mooney by a single point. So that very intriguing matchup, and you've got some big name guys in this game as well.
Yeah, I mean it starts with Lynn Bowden, the 4-star athlete, Michigan State, Kentucky, Penn State. Those are just a few of the schools that are looking at this guy. So he's really the guy to look at. And last week, 201 rushing yards, 4 touchdowns, threw for a touchdown. Oh, and he returned a kick for a touchdown too. So he can score any way you want him to score.
And Bowden is a guy that plays quarterback, and people in that part of the state, the Warren, Youngstown area, they're convinced this guy should be Mr. Football. He's that good, that type of athlete, has that kind of numbers. You flip it over, and that wing T offense for Chardon, I'm very interested to see how Warren Harding handles that. Now, Beninati's really good at running that, has done it for a number of years. His brother ran it before him. It usually penalizes athletes that want to get in there and be heroes and make good plays. That is what this offense penalizes. And so what it wants, what it forces a defense to do, play your assignments, don't go crazy, do what you're supposed to do. In Bill Belichick's words, do your job.
And we talked about it a little bit last week with the wing T, that it's hard to prepare for it because, you would say, well, why doesn't everybody run the wing T if it's so hard to defend? Well, Chardon has the athletes to do it. I mean, that's the key to the whole thing, is they've got the personnel. So to prepare for that on a singular week basis is a lot tougher. Warren Harding, they put up a lot of points. I think this is a real test for Chardon. I mean, we're going to see a couple of offensive-minded programs, and Chardon, as you said, Dave, I mean, they have been blowing everybody out all season long. Now let's see what happens when you've got a team whose only loss is by 1 point in a high-scoring game to a very good Mooney team. What is going to happen when these two get together?
And Mooney's a team that runs the football a little different. They're just going to line up and bludgeon you as opposed to misdirection you and find out where the ball is and here's the ball, no, there's the ball. Well, we have our first update of the night, our first highlight of the night, Division I, Region 2. Dublin Jerome taking on the Lorraine Titans and the Celtics from Dublin Jerome. Deep in Lorraine territory, and it's Joe Dunnan with the pass, and it's complete to Ray Proco, and 24 yards for the touchdown, and the Celtics break on top with the early lead. But Lorraine has certainly come from behind before. 7-0, Dublin Jerome with the early lead.
Yeah, Joe Dunnan last week only completed 10 passes. 251 yards, though, on those 10 passes, 10 of 19. So he can complete passes in big chunks.
Efficient. We call that efficient.
And to your point, Lorraine's been in that spot before. Give up an early touchdown. They seem to be a very well-seasoned team at this point of the year. So, obviously plenty of time to go there.
The other thing we didn't mention about Lorraine, backup quarterback comes in, and really that's when things start taking off for the Titans.
Yeah, it's always interesting to kind of see how a team responds when you go to that next field general, and that's what Lorraine has been able to do. And I think it speaks to the talent around that quarterback as well. There's a lot of guys, starting with Carlos Chavis, who's been so good for them, and Naz Bohannon, who, of course, is an excellent basketball player, and he's sort of been a Swiss Army knife for that team as well. So it really just speaks to the talent around them as well.
Well, we're going to stay in Division I, Region 2. The other side of that bracket, trying to get in and get the early lead. It's Olentangy Liberty taking on the Medina Bees and Olentangy Liberty, and it's Brennan White with the touchdown reception. DB fighting for the ball, but White comes up with it, and Olentangy Liberty breaks on top and takes the early 7-0 lead on Medina. So again, Medina, obviously the way that offense is structured, you don't want to fall too far behind because you want to be able to run the football and pound the football.
But they might be one of those teams where that doesn't really matter.
No, it
Because
doesn't.
as explosive as Medina can be on offense, maybe you just run the plays a little bit more quickly if you really need to. But again, we saw them fall way behind last week over in Toledo against Whitmer, come back in the second half, and they were able to win. But yeah, I think falling behind, you don't want to fall behind by 28, 7 or 14. Just keep pace with it if you're Medina.
Get your big backs going. Well, we're going to stay in Division I. We're going to go Division I, Region I, the Northeast Ohio region. St. Ignatius taking on the Solon Comets and the Wildcats. Moving the football. They're in Solon territory at about the 24-yard line, and it's the quarterback, Patrick Ryan, breaks breaks 2 tackles. Patrick Ryan, 24-yard touchdown run, and the Wildcats break on top at Mentor's Jerome T. Osborne Stadium, 7-0. And if you're playing the St. Ignatius Wildcats, you better tackle pretty well. And you saw Ryan broke a couple of tackles, broke contained, got into the end zone.
Well, and we talked about before this game started the size of the St. Ignatius offensive line, and that wasn't the issue there. It wasn't about blocking in the line or anything like that. It was getting into the secondary and the ability to break tackles, or maybe from Solon's standpoint, the inability to make the tackle. So you're exactly right. Once he gets around that line, you've got to stop him. You can't give up points that way if you're Solon.
Tackle, 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 because that line is going to push you back anyway. We're going to stay in Division I, Region I, the other half of that bracket. It's the Stowe Bulldogs taking on the St. Edward Eagles. This one, a rematch of the state semifinal game from a year ago. And the Eagles moving the football on their early possessions. Curtis Zalesta, first and goal from the 9. He breaks a couple tackles, and Zalesta gets into the end zone to give the Eagles the early 7-0 lead on the Stowe Bulldogs. So both the the 4th seed and the 2nd seed, the Eagles and the Wildcats, leading 7-0 in the early going.
Yeah, and let's see how Stowe responds, right? We talked about they want to show they belong on that football field with St. Edward. All right, well, now you're trailing. You just got beat on a run play, right? That's when a team is coming right at you. They're pounding you, big run play. So how do you respond if you're Stowe? Do you respond like you did last year, kind of go in the tank a little bit, or do you come back down the field, put together a good drive, and try to get points on the board?
Yeah, right now for both Stowe and Solon, the one thing you don't want is don't let it snowball.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Slow it down, pick up a couple first downs, and still do what you do, but slow the game down. Again, don't worry about who you're playing. You're here for a reason. Slow the game down.
And to your point, that's how Stowe and Solon played against each other. It was 13-10. Stowe won that matchup a few weeks ago. But you're absolutely right. If this turns into a 21-3 game, 28-7 before halftime, I think it's trouble for either Stowe or Solon if they're on the short end of that.
Well, let's head back. We've got another update. It's the Stowe and St. Ed's football game. Is the Bulldogs trying to rally. There's the offense. Van Treese, it's tipped. It's ruled a backward lateral, and Jacob Davis recovers it in the end zone. Great individual effort by Jacob Davis. Deflected it. It went backward. It's ruled a lateral because it's behind the line of scrimmage going backwards. And it's now a 14-0 St. Edward's lead. Not what you wanted if you were the Stowe Bulldog. Exactly.
And the thing is, too, it didn't come off maybe you put together 5 or 6 plays and had to punt and St. Ed went down. You made a mistake. You got a ball tipped at the line. A defender made a nice play. And all of a sudden, it starts to feel like last year again. Even though the players are different, even though the team is different, it starts to feel like last year. Maybe you start to press a little bit. So Mark Norrie needs to kind of get his guys together and say it's still early. It's only a 2-score game. Just don't don't hurt yourself like you did on that play.
And credit St. Ed's for making it feel like last year. And we talked about the 9 players that they lost and went on to play Division I college football, and just that they haven't been quite the same this year. Still with that mentality, hey, these aren't the state champs anymore that we ran into in the playoffs last season. But St. Ed's coming out early and regaining that mental edge, I mean, that's huge. And as you said before we saw that last highlight, Daniel, again, how will Stowe respond?
Yeah, now you've got a little bit bigger hole. But again, slow the game down. Don't get crazy. You can't score 14 points on any play. So pick up some first downs and do what you do.
How much is St. Ed's thinking about trying to get back to St. Ignatius next week?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, think about, I know it's the first quarter and they both have a lead, but you know that's been drilled into the minds of the Eagles is, hey, St. Ignatius could be there waiting for us next week. You saw what they did to you at First Energy Stadium 2 weeks ago. Let's go out, put this game away, and start looking at St. Ignatius.
But the danger in that is this Stowe team can strike pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Van Treese has a big arm. He's got a number of big receivers, Logan Lindsay, Andrazi, Jared Wright. I mean, those are guys that can get open and they can get by the Eagles as well. So if you're Stowe, slow the game down.
Yeah, and you're right. I mean, they can score in bunches. There's been so many games this year where, different situation, but they've jumped out to 20-point leads, running clocks really quickly in games. So this is a team that if that offense can get going, and again, you just got to say, all right, we made a mistake on that play. That's on us. We can fix that. So you go out and fix it and then try and get that offense rolling.
It does make you wonder a little bit about, and I know it was one play that we saw, but what about going downfield? Why are you throwing a screen? If you got these weapons, you can come back so quickly and strike down the field. Is it the wind? Is it the way that St. Ed's is scheming defensively that it's just a look that maybe they're not comfortable with coming right back to try and make something happen that way?
And, you try to get out on the perimeter and see what you can do. You try to get your guys with some speed and some space. Let's head back to Division I, Region 2. The Lorraine Titans trying to answer as Dublin Jerome had a 7-0 lead. Titans move the ball downfield, and they give the ball to Aaron Huff. Oh, look at the hole. Aaron Huff hit it the one, but he gets into the end zone. Point after, no good, though, as Dublin Jerome now leading Lorraine 7-6. So the Titans don't let it snowball. They answer with a nice drive, put some points on the board.
That's never good for your defense if the first time a guy gets touched is when he's at the goal line. You got to do a little better than that against the run, but, you credit the offensive line there as well.
Yeah. Opening some holes. I'd like to run through that hole.
Yeah, exactly. I think I could maybe gain 2 or 3 yards off of that.
So Lorraine answers pretty nicely, now 7-6 in that Division I, Region 2 matchup. We had mentioned it. Real nice story. Lorraine lost twice early. They know what they do well, and they're responding now with Dublin Jerome taking that early lead.
They do, and it's funny when we heard they missed the extra point, the first thing that went through my mind was, so what? That's a very Lorraine sort of thing to do. I mean, and Solon at times, I know, for example, they'll go out and go for 2. A lot of times their first touchdown, it's 8-0 Comets. Lorraine always seems to have that odd score, whether it's 20 to something or 25 to something. So they missed the extra point. It almost puts me in the mindset that they're playing the Lorraine brand of football in an odd sort of way.
Well, you can be sure they'll be going for 2 the next time they find the end zone, and that big offensive line that opened up the holes will be called on.
And somewhere
again.
Chris Fedor is going to be saying, "Don't chase the points."
He's still trying to figure out how to reconfigure the Federal League to get the better seating there. The interesting thing with Stowe now is the thing that you have to guard against is the doubt creeping into your mind because of what happened a year ago. I mean, that's if you're Tom Lombardo and the Eagles, you couldn't have scripted it any better. Let's get on the board. Then our defense comes up with a big play, and all of a sudden, the Bulldogs are looking at the scoreboard, and it's like, we're down 14 already.
Yeah, and I guess it comes down to what sort of team do you believe you are? Do you believe you belong on the same field as St. Edward? We kind of touched on that already. Do you believe that you belong? Not just do you believe that you belong on that field? do you believe that you're the best team in Region 1? If you don't, you look at that 14-0 deficit and you say, oh, okay, great season, guys. You know, we did the best we could. Or you come back, you try and get that matchup next week with St. Ignatius or Solon. And you know, if you believe you're the best team in the region, you can come back from this. So we'll kind of see what Stowe thinks of themselves.
Yeah, no question about it. Well, we had mentioned we have a matchup of unbeatens in the Division 4 Region 13 regional semifinal. 11-0 Perry taking on 11-0 Woodridge. Mike Patika joins us via the phone to give us an update. Mike, what's going on with Perry and Woodridge?
Well, with a couple minutes left in the first quarter, Woodridge has a 13-0 lead. They were stopped on their first possession, but in their last two possessions, their dynamic passing attack has really come to the forefront, with Mason Light completing his last 5 passes for 109 yards. One of them was an 18-yard touchdown to Jacob Margraf. The other 4 completions were for 91 total yards to Sharif Howard. And a couple of those catches set up a 9-yard touchdown run by Jacob Singletary.
And hey, Mike, what about the Woodridge defense?
Well, right now, Perry has the ball for the 3rd time, and they do not yet have a first down. I'm sorry, actually they have 1 first down and 3 possessions. They're out at their own 39 right now. But, of course, Perry's averaged 51 points a game in the last 8 games, and looks like it might be a little more difficult tonight.
You impressed with what you're seeing from Woodridge so far? Just, you know, that you mentioned that passing attack, but you combine that with the defense. It looks like they have the ability maybe to take control of this a little bit earlier than some people thought.
Well, it looks like the tone of that game may be headed that way, but of course Perry has some big playmakers. But certainly right now you'd rather be in Woodridge's position, because they've managed to, you know, show a passing attack that I don't know if Perry is going to be able to handle consistently. And Woodridge also hasn't been able to run the ball very well yet, and you know that will probably assert itself with King Alfred Sanders.
Mike Patika, we appreciate the update. Once again, Woodridge out to a 13-0 lead on Perry in a battle of 11-0 teams in the Division 4 Region 13 regional semifinal. Well, the Stowe Bulldogs trying to cut into that 14-point lead that the St. Edward Eagles have built up early in this one. And we told you, Bulldogs have some pieces, parts that can put some points on the board. Kyle Van Treese, strong arm quarterback, goes up top. That's Jared Wright. Nice adjustment to the football. Van Treese to right to the end zone, and just like that, it's 14-7. So, in answer to your question, yeah, we think we're pretty good if we're still Bulldogs.
And you know, that was a one-on-one matchup too, which you like to see, because those were matchups they didn't win last year. Again, when St. Edward had so many college players basically on their roster, so that's got to be a big confidence booster for Stowe, because part of their passing game is those one-on-one matchups. I'm going to throw the ball up to you, you go get it. Well, they just got one. So I think that's important for Stowe to see that can work tonight.
Game changer. I could feel it in you two. We were sitting here thinking, wow, St. Ed's is going to walk away with this thing. But to see that come back, how many yards is that, 37?
36, 37.
They were out there somewhere. I mean, to come back and throw that pass that was delivered the way that it was, and answer after a bad play, after a turnover, and get right back into the game. I mean, changes everything.
Well, and Stowe does have some big-bodied wide receivers, Logan Lindsay, Jared Wright, and Joe Andresi. They can go and get the ball, and make no mistake about it, Van Treese is one of the best quarterbacks in Ohio. He's headed to Buffalo. He's a D1 guy. He's got the arm to make all the throws. So there it is, 14-7. Let's head back to the phone. Daniel Sheriff joins us with an update on the Cuyahoga Heights St. Thomas Aquinas game. Daniel, what's going on with the Knights and the Redskins?
Well, your timing's pretty good. Redskins just scored another touchdown, so they now lead on 13-0. The point after was no good, but so far it's been the Redskins all the way through. They've dominated the time of possession. St. Thomas Aquinas went 3 and out on their only possession so far, and right now the Knights have to put a drive together quickly because it looks like Cuyahoga Heights might just run away with this thing.
Cuyahoga Heights 11-0 on the year. St. Thomas Aquinas is 9-2. When you look at it, has it been the typical running of Cuyahoga Heights that has done it, long drives or big plays?
Both, absolutely. Long drives. They had 6 minutes of their opening drive, and they had some great big plays on their second drive to negate some early penalties that could have really pushed the momentum back towards St. Thomas Aquinas.
And it sounds like Cuyahoga Heights' defense has been as good as advertised as well with St. Thomas Aquinas in the early going. Accurate?
Well, it's early. St. Thomas Aquinas only had 1 possession. It was a 3 and out. We'll have to see how the Knights respond on their second drive. Get anything going against the defense.
Daniel Sheriff with an update of Cuyahoga Heights and St. Thomas Aquinas. We appreciate it very much. 13-0, Cuyahoga Heights leading.
That's impressive. St. Thomas Aquinas, their 2 losses were to very good teams. They lost to Marlington, they lost to Warren JFK, and they weren't blowouts. They're the only team that beat Crestwood, Manaway Crestwood, going into the playoffs. So for Cuyahoga Heights to come out and continue doing what they're doing, and you know, it was a little bit of a trip to go down to Akron, something that maybe they're not entirely accustomed with. Very impressive for the Redskins to come out and take that lead in the second quarter.
And you mentioned Marlington. That they lost, but they were the top seed in Division III, and that's the region with Hoban and St. Vincent St. Mary. Marlington, unbeaten, was the #1 seed in that region. They lost to Akron East last week, but that'll tell you how good that Marlington team is.
Yeah, and for Cuyahoga Heights, you know they're thinking about Kirkland in the back of their mind. So, if they can get a nice little lead, and you mentioned it with St. Edward, right? If you can get out to a nice little lead, you can start looking ahead maybe a little bit. I'm sure Cuyahoga Heights wouldn't mind getting out to a good lead here, putting some guys on the bench, and maybe looking ahead to a possible rematch.
And even aside from that, I mean, he said that their St. Thomas Aquinas has 1 first down, and they're in the second quarter. I mean, this is, but to be down 13-0 in a game like that against Cuyahoga Heights, I mean, Cuyahoga Heights is grind it out. What was the Kirtland score? 21-0. 21-0. So this is exactly the type of game that Cuyahoga Heights wanted to play, and frankly, the type of game that the Knights did not want to be involved in.
Well, we told you that Olentangy Liberty, Division I, Region 2, had a 7-0 lead on Medina, and the Patriots driving again, looking for more as their offense moving the ball down. It's Mitchell O'Cooley right over the middle, and he finds Drew Rossi for the touchdown. O'Cooley's second touchdown pass of the night. It's now 14-0. Olentangy Liberty breaking on top as the top seed in Division I Region 2, leading Medina 14-0.
It's okay.
Bees
are okay for Medina.
They're just getting comfortable.
Well, I mean, really, how many times did we almost write them off last week?
Right?
I mean, I was sitting in that chair, and Chris Fedor was here. You were there, and you kept looking up the scores, and oh my gosh, Medina's so far behind. So, in a sense, let's see how far what happened last week can carry the Bees this week.
And if you're Liberty, that's a great start. You obviously want to get ahead and play from in front. The further you go against better competition, you get out to the early lead and make them chase points.
Yeah, and if anybody can chase points, though, it's Medina with that offense and that quick strikeout with Jimmy Daw, Dylan Foltz. Doesn't matter who's playing quarterback, it seems, for them. If anybody can chase, it's Medina.
Well, let's head to the phone. Bill Mayville is out at the Hudson-Aurora game. He joins us via the telephone. Bill, what's going on with the Explorers and the Greenmen?
Hey, guys, we've reached the end of the first quarter, and we are still scoreless here at Bowling Stadium.
When you look at it, anybody close, or has it been kind of the typical defense dominating?
For the most part, it's been typically defense. Both teams have recorded a couple of sacks. Hudson, on their opening drive, made it pretty deep into Aurora territory before the drive stalled out at the 26. They attempted a 43-yard field goal, but without the regular kicker, the field goal fell no good. So that was the closest we've come to having anything on the scoreboard.
All right. Bill Mayville, we appreciate it. He alludes to the fact that Hudson's kicker, Grant Gagne, injured last week. on a kickoff. So he is not going to be around for the rest of the playoffs, and he's one of the best kickers in the area as well.
And how many close games have we seen Hudson involved in this year where, something like that would come in handy? Although when Gagne, he came in, I believe, as a freshman against Brunswick, and he came in due to another player having to go out, and came in and I think kicked a 45-yard field goal his first attempt as a freshman kicker at the varsity level. I will say it seems like being scoreless through one quarter is probably a good thing for Hudson more so than it is for Aurora. The Greenmen put up all kinds of points. They have so many ways that they can beat you, and we talked about that before that game got underway. But to see that they're going to the second, neither team has scored, I think you got to say that that's a victory in itself for the Explorers.
Yeah, I think a low-scoring game probably favors Hudson in that one, without question. Well, time to check in on the upside-down region. That would be Division II, Region 6, where three of the four lower seeds advanced. We're going to check in with Westlake, the 7th seed, taking on the 6th seed, Olmsted Falls. A 97-yard drive for the Bulldogs, and it's Spencer Linville carrying it the final 8 yards into the end zone, bulls his way in, and it's a 7-0 lead for Olmsted Falls in the second quarter.
Lorraine Morning Journal had a story about Spencer Linville. His pregame meal, weekly tradition, consists of a McDouble, McChicken, some fries, and, if he's feeling it, a milkshake. That's a pregame meal.
I've done that before without the milkshake. You go down the dollar menu, but Olmsted Falls, Westlake, again, one of those teams where we obviously know they're not out of it, but I think, are either the two of you surprised that it's only 7-0 in the second quarter with those two teams?
A little bit.
I mean, it seems like Westlake scores quite a few points more often than not. I was surprised that it was only a one-touchdown game that deep.
The one thing I would think that Olmsted Falls wants to do, in the context that it was a 97-yard drive, if you're Olmsted Falls, you want to run the football, eat at the clock, keep the offense that has, the big-time passing connection and the big-time playmaking thing, keep them on the sidelines. Let's just run the ball and let's line it up and run Linville and see if you can stop them.
But the thing about Linville, too, last week, 229 yards, 0 negative plays. How often do you see that out of a running back?
If I'm the coach, I'm giving him the ball. Here, I'm giving you 30. You're going to get 30 next time.
Yeah.
Keep gaining yards.
I mean, it's just part of the running back job, right? You're going to have some plays where you lose a yard, lose 2 yards, whatever. You're going to get them back on average over the rest of the night. So for a guy to be such an important part of their offense, it gets a team like Midview that they can get after it a little bit in the backfield. No negative plays. That says something about the kind of runner he is, and it says something about that offensive line, too.
Yeah, and you know what? That's the game plan. Okay, high-powered offense. They like to throw the ball. Here, try to stop this guy. By the way, there's not much to tackle, and he doesn't lose yardage.
Yeah.
So it works. It's a really effective thing. As Spencer Linville's 8-yard touchdown run caps a 97-yard drive. How about that? Your offense. That'll give you a lot of confidence, not only as a coach, but as an offensive line and as Linville. Linville's going, okay, guys, let's keep doing this. Let's get back out there.
And it keeps Trey Villalobos and that Westlake offense off the field. The first time they played, it was 34-31. Westlake came out on top. That was the second game of the season. And Westlake, especially coming off of the way that they finished last year, winning down the stretch, started to turn a few heads at that point. But this might also be one of those games where, because of all the reasons that we just talked about, Olmsted Falls and their line and grinding it out, where a lower scoring game would probably favor the Bulldogs.
Yeah, that's if that's my game plan against any high-powered offense. If I've got a running back like that, and Linville, you touched on it in the preview, he's one of the better running backs in the area. Keep giving him the ball.
Yeah.
You know what? It's one of those things. You're going to get a good dose of number 33 until you show me you can stop him. And there haven't been too many teams that have been able to stop him.
And you saw it. That's not a guy who's going to get tired of taking hits. No. He's a guy that can take some hits, can deliver some punishment. He can handle a heavy workload.
And if I'm a DB, I'm thinking twice about coming up. I'm coming up, but I'm really not looking forward to the point of impact with Spencer Linville. So it's kind of interesting. And Again, 7-0, and that's the 6 and the 7 seed. By the way, I love the fact that all those lower seeds came back and won in round one of the playoffs. Just a testament to how good some of those teams that were fighting to get into the playoffs were.
And it makes you think a little bit about, I mean, how, Avon, who we can go back to it again and again, but Avon Lake knocking off Avon last week. They're one of the higher seeds that went down. Olmsted Falls beating Midview, and their only loss was to Avon. But I think for several years now, we've just thought of Avon and Midview coming out of that region or in Lorain County, period. And now to see some of these other schools jump up and get some victories, I think it puts a really different perspective. Regardless of what happens from this point on in the playoffs, it changes how we're going to look at that area and that conference going into next year. Who is going to jump up and become the next Avon or the next Midview?
Well, they've raised the level, and now the rest of the conference is kind of catching up with them. We're going to step aside. Most of the games are in the second quarter, getting midway through it. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be right back on the Friday Night Huddle along with Dan Lobby and Dave Skozin. I'm Dave Bacon. We'll be right back.
Before I decided to go back to Tri-C to become a nurse, I was a stay-at-home mom. Absolutely wanted to be a pediatric nurse. I love taking care of kids. If you're thinking about changing your career or changing your path, go to Cuyahoga Community College. I feel like I'm in a great place in my life. I have 3 great kids. I have a great job that I love. I could not have done it without Tri-C. My name's Diana Geary. I earned my nursing degree from Cuyahoga Community College.
Just as athletes need proper sleep for optimum performance, so do fans. To be your best, you need your rest on a properly fitted mattress from Mattress Warehouse. A good night's sleep on the right mattress prepares you for whatever the day throws at you. Visit Mattress Warehouse for a custom sleep assessment, and we'll help you find the right mattress for a great night's sleep and a productive day. Sleep like a champion, play like a champion with the perfect mattress from Mattress Warehouse.
Wednesday nights, more sports and Les Levine is live at 6. Then at 7, Access Crew SC. And at 7:30, High School Blitz Preview. It all starts Wednesday night at 6. Follow us on social media at TWC Sports OH. Across town and across the region, this is where fans belong. Time Warner Cable, Sports Channel.
The Emmy Award-winning High School Sports Insider features Ohio's best high school sports stories. For 17 years, the High School Sports Insider has been spotlighting role model students, outstanding athletes, and the Buckeye State's best teams. In-depth features from all sports, all school year long. For the best high school sports coverage, make sure you tune into the High School Sports Insider each and every week on Time Warner Cable Sports Channel.
As World Heavyweight Champion, Clevelander, and spokesman for Nature Stone, we'd like to present you with our own award.
Wow, it's awesome.
We had it made ourselves. It's made of...
Not the award, the floor.
Oh, it's Nature Stone.
Installed over concrete, Nature Stone flooring is tough, durable, long-lasting, and beautiful. Act now and get up to 50% off.
This is the only time you'll see me on the floor.
To schedule your free in-home consultation, go to naturestone.com today.
Football fans, huddle up. Friday nights are about to change forever with Friday Night Huddle. From pregame to postgame and everything in between, Friday Night Huddle is the place for Ohio football action. Combining the resources of cleveland.com, Classic Teleproductions, and Time Warner Cable Sports Channel, Friday Night Huddle gives you unprecedented coverage. You can be part of the action. Get updates as they happen. On cable, online, and on point. Friday Night Huddle.
There is a place where dreams arise. Stars are born. And greatness is made. What you live for lives here. Time Warner Cable, Sports Channel.
look at the St. Edward Band as they play on, and our update brought to us by Krista Define, so we appreciate that. One of the interesting avenues that we have with our student reporters, getting a look at the bands.
Yeah, it's kind of a unique perspective. We get all the game highlights, and now we get a look at the band. So she's been with us for a while, following Independence, and credit to her, when Independence didn't make the playoffs, she kept on going. She found a way to get into the playoffs herself, and we've still got her with us.
She really pumped up that halftime show, so I'm anxious to see how much of that we're able to take a look at.
That'll be interesting. Well, on the field, the St. Edward Eagles have been pretty good. 14-7 lead, and the offense had a big run as Curtis Zalesta had a 79-yard run, and that set up this. Curtis Zalesta doesn't finish it off. The big run, you get in from a yard out, and it is now a 21-7 St. Ed's lead. It's only right. If he carries it 79 yards down to the one, let Zalesta finish it.
Can't let somebody else come in and get that touchdown. He's probably just begging the coaches, you got to let me finish this. Don't let somebody, give me one shot, at least give me one shot to get this into the end zone.
But in all seriousness, that's a nice job by the Eagles to answer after that touchdown, cut it to a 7-point lead. And, you want to push it back out. So it's now back to a 14-point lead.
And, frankly, a nice job to answer after the St. Ignatius game. I don't know that we want to pick that scab necessarily for any of the Eagles fans, but to come back and dominate Euclid the way that they did last week, and a pretty good Panther team as they were this year, and now have a lead and maintain a lead against Stowe. I think it's very impressive the way that they regrouped after a tough loss in Week 10.
And it'll be interesting to see plenty of game left there as we saw. The Bulldogs have the ability to go up top and score, so it will be interesting. Another game that we've been updating, Division I, Region 2, Dublin-Jerome and Lorraine. Lorraine cut it to a 7-6 a game with a nice run, but Dublin-Jerome moving the football down, and they are trying to answer. And it is the quarterback rolling out. Dunnan, little pump fake. He's going to tuck it and run. Nice move, breaks a dives into the end zone. So Dunnan showing he can do it with his legs in addition to his arm. Dublin-Jerome a 14-6 lead. So the Celtics leading by 8 in the second quarter.
Boy, shades of that St. Ignatius touchdown that we saw against Solon earlier, where the quarterback had rolled out, gotten past the offensive line, and broke 2 tackles to get in. I mean, boy, if you're Lorraine, that one hurts just a little bit, because you figure once he gets out of the pocket, you should be able to contain him. I mean, it looked like they had him, and it was able to spin out of it.
Well, you have to honor the fact he did throw a little pump fake, and he does throw on the run, but yes, you have to tackle a little bit better. Well, the Olmsted Falls Bulldogs, 7-0 lead on Westlake, and the Bulldogs growling again, moving the football, and in this territory, it's going to be Spencer Linville, and he gets into the end zone, that offensive line up front, moving some people for Olmsted Falls. Olmsted Falls now a 14-0 lead on Westlake. So the Bulldogs doing a nice job as they take the early 14-0 lead in the second quarter. But again, Westlake, a team, can put up points in a hurry with their offense.
They can, but credit Olmsted Falls for hanging with that methodology and making it work. Run, work some clock, and keep that Westlake offense off the field. So far, so good.
So an early 14-0 lead. I'm sorry, Dan, go ahead.
Oh, it's fine. Westlake was trailing last week big. More than 14. They were trailing by 27. They were able to come back and win that game, so they certainly have some experience to pull from. But when you have a guy like Linville in your Olmsted Falls, you don't want to go completely conservative, obviously, but if you've got an opportunity and you've got this lead in, say, the second half still, you can shorten that game a lot.
Well, and until the defense of Westlake stops it, you just keep running. Here, big boy, you're going to get 30 carries, and I know he's going to love that. It's like, come on, guys, saddle me up, let's go.
But it seems like Westlake is the type of team that can make that adjustment, that can figure that out. And we mentioned the comeback that they had last week. That wasn't the only time all year that they were come from behind, back and forth sorts of games. So, to your point, Dave, the Demons can probably if they're hoping, obviously, they can figure something out. But I don't think that's out of the realm of possibility at all, especially in the second half.
Well, another game that we're keeping an eye on, Division I, Region 1, St. Ignatius taking on the Solon Comets. Solon cut it to a 7-3 lead, but the Wildcats moving the football on offense. And there's Mark Babinski with all kinds of blockers out. Oh, nice cutback. And Mark Babinski into the end zone. And the St. Ignatius Wildcats extend their lead. And look at big number 70, Derek Kennard. That is a Division I lineman. 14-3, they now lead the Solon Comets.
Size-wise, they all look pretty close to being a Division I
Yeah.
lineman for St. Ignatius. But 14-3, I think we talked about it before with Solon's offense. Don't fall that far behind. Now, how are they going to answer, or at least, slow things? If it's 14-3 going into the locker room, I don't know that you push the panic button on Solon just yet. But if it starts to get 21-28 for St. Ignatius, and Solon's offense isn't able to produce anything, that's where there's going to be some problems for the Comets.
Well, we had mentioned the St. Ignatius offensive line, and they are big, and they are physical, and they are very good. The St. Ignatius offensive line, one of the best in the state. Brian Almady, Tyler First, John Spellacy, John Jameson, and Darian Kennard. 5 big cats that make the St. Ignatius offense go.
It's probably the biggest line in the history of the school. I don't know what moms fed them, honestly. There were kids, 9th grade, okay, they're 5'11", and then now they're 6'3". Great.
All 5 of the St. Ignatius offensive line starters are between 285 and 315 pounds. Not only are these guys big, but they're athletic as well.
Where we had experience was defensive line and offensive line. And for any high school coach in America, that brings a smile to your face, because that doesn't happen too often that we have that much experience there. And by doing that, that's given our skills time to really get a good feel, become more familiar with the offense, get the idea. And so that they're the heart and soul of the offense. There's no doubt about it.
As a team, St. Ignatius is averaging better than 6 yards a carry for the season. Jimmy Andrews and Mark Babinski have shared the workload running the football.
Our coaching, we got Adam Reaney and Paul Yappel, so they've really helped us become a good offensive line. And yeah, we really want to run the football, and that's our mindset, kind of run first. Jimmy's not more of the speed guy, but Jimmy's that guy that will run you over, and Mark is more of a shifty guy. But they both do some similar things, and it's just good to have that 1-2 punch. So if Bobinski's getting a little tired, we can put in Jimmy, and we'll do fine the rest of the year.
Physical is exactly what Coach wants, so we try to be. And I think this week we're definitely really physical, and that's what we wanted. The strength of the offensive line is just like us being one. If we're not all together, something's gonna mess up, things are gonna go wrong. But we all gotta stay together as one group, and if it's not one group, it's not gonna work well.
An offensive line has to work together, and while these big guys are proud of what they've done, they know they have to continue to improve.
We just try to be one unit, one mind. It's very important, and I feel like we're getting there. We still got a little ways to go, but we're improving, which that's all we can ask for.
Pride is huge, Gotta run the ball no matter what. You can't just be like a passing team. That's not how we are. Running is what we do. Getting 6 yards a carry is how we are, and that's exactly what we want.
Don't expect the St. Ignatius offensive linemen to make any brash or bold statements. These guys aren't really looking to get noticed.
There's a code somewhere, I don't know where. There's a code that no offensive lineman can start bragging, or there's some problem. They realize they're the guys that have to handle in the middle and just bang away, and there's no sense. They get great satisfaction watching that running back pop through and go, and giving the quarterback time. That's all.
But the next time you see a St. Ignatius running back shoot into the clear for a big gain, remember those 5 big cats up front are the guys that make it happen. And Jimmy Andrews banged up, hasn't played since the St. Ed's game, was injured in that game, hasn't played since. But they have Dean Stowers, who is filled in very nicely. More of a speed guy, not running anybody over. But that offensive line is just phenomenal. I saw him early, and I was like, They're really good.
Yeah.
It makes you wonder a little bit what happened at Detroit Central Catholic. That was the only
Lots
loss
of turnover.
to
Lots of turnovers.
St. Ignatius, and I suppose that just proves that the Wildcats are human. And, you know,
Yeah.
we just gave the update. They're ahead of Solon 14-3. What was the last actual report that we had? It was 21-7. St. Ed's was leading Stowe, and so I think we're starting to look at St. Ignatius and St. Ed's potentially with a rematch next week. I know, could be. We're not. I don't want to get too far. Don't want to get too far ahead. I think the thing that passes through my mind first is that good for high school football in Ohio? Because St. Ignatius didn't make the playoffs last year. They are human. That doesn't, you know, they're not there all the time. But is it a good thing when they're going to go ahead and play each other for a regional championship? Or is this reigniting the whole debate about, wow, we peeled off the very top of Division I to try and avoid a private versus public split in the divisions? I mean, does this reignite that argument if things continue to go
Dave's
the way
out
they
here
went
trying to
tonight?
start the public private debate.
No, I'm just asking the question because I'm not that guy. I don't think that public and private schools should be divided. I mean, I would have been okay leaving it at 6 divisions personally, but I know that now this could happen again. I just wonder, is that going to bubble up all over again, or has the state addressed it enough to where it's not an issue anymore?
The one thing I think is if they do separate public and private, the public are really going to dislike what they get, because it's happened in Tennessee, it's happened in several other states, and basically it becomes college level recruiting. So right now there's at least a mechanism where you can't recruit. If you separate the public and private, it's going to be legalized recruiting for the private school. The private schools have to recruit students. That's the big thing that's missing in this. It's not just football players, they have to recruit students. That's kind of what it is. That's how they keep their doors open. So I'm of the mindset, and I think the kids are of the mindset, let's get out and let's play football. And that's, you know, the whole public-private thing. Yeah.
Well, and it's not foolproof either. I mean, there are plenty of private schools that don't dominate like that. I mean, you have to have a Chuck Kyle who's in place for a long time.
And Tom Lombardo's going to be doing the same thing.
Right. So, I mean, I think you take your hats off and give those guys credit. When you see that starting to pop up, it just pass through my mind a little bit.
And in this case especially, we're talking Division I, right? This is the best of the best, and that's what you want. You know, if you want to get into some of the lower division private schools that maybe have an edge, but man, Division I.
Let me take it let me flip it around though, because in the southern part of the state, Wayne is a public school and Colerain is a public school, and those are the two top teams consensus down there. So
Mentor's been pretty good.
Yeah,
and when you knock off one of those schools, how huge is that?
Exactly.
I mean, even last year, when we alluded to it, St. Ignatius was down, but you know, for Mentor to beat them early on the way that they did, and you just got to look at all the teams that did come out ahead of a powerhouse like St. Ignatius. I mean, that's great, and that's what makes high school football a lot of fun.
Well, we're going to take a look at an update. We've told you the Hudson and Aurora game scoreless in the second quarter, and the Hudson Explorers with the ball. 3rd down and 9 from the 28. Pillay finds Colton Paultani. Look at the move. Paultani into the end zone for the touchdown. Nice move by Paultani to turn that into a touchdown. Caught it at about the 8, did a little hook move, and then got the sidelines for the touchdown. And it is now Hudson with a 7-0 lead on Aurora.
We're seeing a lot of great individual efforts so far tonight. A lot of guys who are getting the ball in space and making players miss. A lot of very good individual efforts. And Dave, you mentioned it. If it's 0-0 and now 7-0, obviously Hudson in the lead, this low-scoring game favors the Explorers because it means that Aurora maybe starts to press a little bit, and now they aren't getting out to that big 28-7 lead or 35-7 lead. If you've got a game going into the second half, that always favors the underdog, a close, low-scoring game.
It does, and that was with 3 minutes, 3:05 to go before halftime. There was finally a touchdown in that game. Now, on the other hand, Bob Mahalik, I don't think you underestimate anything that he can do going into the locker room to make adjustments, and that's cropped up as an issue. Well, it's gone both ways, I suppose, for Hudson this season, but you can point back to the McKinley game. Twinsburg, when they did lose their other loss, they were behind throughout. But let's see what Coach Mahalik comes up with on the adjustment front at halftime. And heck, the Greenman with 3 minutes. Plenty of time. This could be a tie game, or they could be ahead going into the locker room.
Definitely big play potential for Aurora as well. Let's head to the phones. Daniel Sheriff joins us. A halftime update for Cuyahoga Heights and St. Thomas Aquinas. Daniel, what's going on with this one?
Its story unfortunately hasn't changed. Cuyahoga Heights has just kept piling it on St. Thomas Aquinas, and it shows in the score. The Redskins lead 27-0 at halftime.
Whoa, so the defense is doing it as well then. We knew the offense had scored a couple of times, but that defense is really shutting down Aquinas?
Absolutely. His defense also was able to create a turnover, and the defense was able to create a turnover, and the offense was able to capitalize on it and score one of their touchdowns. So defense is now helping the offense score now.
Daniel, as you look at it, has it been a lot of the running game, or has Cuyahoga Heights mixed it up, run and pass offensively in this first half?
I got to say, mostly the running game. They've just been pushing the ball and driving it and shoving it down the Knights' throat, and they haven't been able to stop the run. And if they can't stop the run, no reason for the Redskins to abandon using the run game.
All right, Daniel Sheriff with an update of Cuyahoga Heights and St. Thomas Aquinas, 27-0. So maybe this is the year that Cuyahoga Heights breaks through, gets to that state championship game. I'm getting way ahead of myself. There's a team from Kirtland.
We just got a call from Kirtland. They want to talk to you about that.
Tiger Laverde on the line. But that's an impressive halftime score against a really good football team.
Impressive, and I think literally eye-opening to hear him say, yeah, it's more of the same, and it's 27-0 at halftime. I mean, again, we talked during the last update about how good St. Thomas Aquinas has been throughout the season, or at the very least how good their resume has been. Again, the only team to beat Crestwood, close losses to two very good teams, Warren JFK and Marlington, who was 10-0 during the regular season. So Cuyahoga Heights to do that, getting away from home and doing it. Obviously, they beat Kirtland on the road a few weeks ago and shut them out. But yeah, 27-0, very impressive for the Redskins.
And in the last 3 games for Cuyahoga Heights, against 10-1 Kirtland, 7-3 Independence, and last week against Hillsdale, they've given up 14 total points. It's pretty good defense.
And they
shut out Kirtland, which is incredible.
27 points at halftime, I think. When you look back at their schedule and the results over the course of the season, they've scored in the 40s and the 30s on a pretty regular basis. But since they've really been in the spotlight the last 3 weeks with the Kirtland game when both teams were 8-0 coming in, and then Independence, who was pretty good, and then into the playoffs, they haven't, I don't know, you maybe still don't think of the Redskins as this offensive juggernaut, but they are. Yeah, looking back, their history before the Kirtland game this year, they put up plenty of points, too.
We're going to check in with Dan King, who is at the Chardon and Warren Harding game. Dan, what's going on with the Hilltoppers and the Raiders?
Hey, guys. It's halftime here, and Warren Harding's leading 28-14. For Warren Harding, it's kind of been the Lynn Bowden show. He has 186 yards on the ground and 4 touchdowns already. So he's been ridiculous, to be honest.
How has their defense, have they created some turnovers? Have they just stopped the wing T of Chardon? What has Warren Harding's defense been able to do?
Well, really, Chardon's been okay on offense. They've only punted once, but when you punt back to Lynn Bowden, it's kind of been a foregone conclusion that they're going to score. So that one punt really separated things. They were responding in the first quarter, and it was 14-14, but that one punt is kind of the difference in the game because Warren Harding has just marched down the field every time.
So Bowden, I've had a lot of guys tell me they think Bowden is, the best player in the state, Mr. Football, if you will. Is that the kind of thing that you're talking about with Lynn Bowden right now?
Yeah, it's he's special. I mean, it's his escapability he'll take the ball and it'll look like he's going to lose 10 yards on a sack, and he'll come out of it and just beat the defense down the field. It is that kind of special that you're talking about, that Mr. Football type special, I think.
Dan, let me ask you this: has Chardon's defense had any answer for him at all, or is it pretty much been anything he's needed to do he has done for Warren Harding?
Yeah, they don't have an answer. They haven't really put Warren in those like third and long positions where it could put Bowden in trouble. It's, they'll get it to 3rd and 4 and Bowden will make a play. So the answer is no. They haven't had an answer at all.
All right, Dan, we appreciate it. We'll check back in with you. Thanks for the update. Dan King telling us Lynn Bowden, every bit as good as advertised. Well, you had mentioned Aurora, and Aurora is now inside the 30-yard line. Let's see if we can take a live look in as they're driving with time running out really in the first half, trying to get to even with the Hudson Explorers. 21 seconds remaining, and they're going to put some time on the clock. That's the universal signal for I want more time on the clock.
The play clock there for them.
Yeah.
Put a little time on the clock.
2 seconds.
Seems like every time we come to some of these live look-ins, the refs are trying to sort something out, doesn't it?
A good look at Mac Austin, first-year starter, the quarterback for the Aurora Greenmen, and they're at the 26-yard line trying to tie things up. 2nd and 11. Austin taking a shot into the end zone. That's Blunt. Good coverage by Paul Tandy, the guy that caught the touchdown, in good coverage of Gavin Blunt.
Nice Blunt actually to make sure that wasn't picked off. He became the defender on that play.
That's a headsy play, well coached as well. That's what you do when the ball is thrown not where you need it to be. You don't want to turn the ball over, particularly inside the 30, and there's a good look. You can't play that any better, and actually that's not Paul Tanny. That's going to be Evan Westerbeck with the good coverage for the Hudson Explorers, Westerbeck the DB. And this time little crossing route, and it's defended well as Blunt's brought down by Westerbeck right at the 20. 10 seconds remaining. They don't have any timeouts, so
up here.
And it's 4th down.
And they're going to get one more playoff. Last play of the half, Mac Austin into the end zone, and it's going to be deflected, incomplete. So the Hudson Explorers defense holds and keeps it incomplete. That's Jackson Parker playing safety there, coming over to knock it down, one of the quarterbacks.
A little dangerous to try and catch it.
Yeah, just
there were 2 of them there and it bounced around, and you thought, oh man, can they get it to fall to the ground? But boy, what a great job by the Hudson defense, obviously, to shut out Aurora in the first half.
It must like some kind of matchup over there. There's 3 straight throws to that side. They go deep to the end zone twice. Get a little short pass there to the left side. They must like some kind of matchup there, so credit to Hudson for whatever it was that Aurora saw being able to break it up.
Well, in the first pass we saw by Mac Austin, I'm sure he would, if he had it to do over again, maybe actually throw it a little bit farther, because he probably did have the matchup that he wanted, and his receiver was forced to slow up and turn into a defender to just try and break it up. He had another 10 yards of end zone to go there.
Could be throwing it into the wind as well. Kind of, you try to get the air under it, and but either way, 7-0. So great, game over there with the Hudson Explorers and the Aurora Greenmen. Let's head to the phones. Let's get a halftime update from Tim Bielik. He is at the Olentangy Liberty Medina game. Tim, what's going on over there?
Well, we just hit halftime a few minutes ago. It's Liberty 24, Medina 7. Brendan White already has 2 touchdown catches, about 135 yards of total offense. Looking pretty healthy. He's been banged up a little bit. Came back last week. He is orange, and today he looks the real deal. He had a nice 51-yard run to set up a touchdown. And on the other side of the football, Medina's passing attack and their offense is almost really not had anything going. Right now they've rushed for just 14 yards. Jimmy Daw, 7 carries, 60 yards. Alex Whitaker looked a little shaky. He's thrown 2 picks, but he came back late in the first half with a nice long touchdown pass to Jimmy Daw to get them on the board when it looked like it could have gotten really out of hand. Probably could have gotten into the 30s before halftime.
Hey, Tim, let me ask you, has the Medina defense been able to slow them down at all? You mentioned they got out to that 24-0 lead. Has Liberty been able to do pretty much what they wanted to when they've had the ball?
In a way, yeah. They've already got almost 300 yards of total offense. They've rushed for 157, run for 119. Medina's got a couple takeaways, though. But again, just their offense has really struggled. Alex Whitaker has not looked like he has the last couple of weeks. And give Liberty's defense credit. This is a fantastic defense. They really have been strong all season long, and they're showing why tonight. They've just been fantastic on that side of the football.
Tim Bielek, we appreciate the updates again, Olentangy Liberty, that's the #1 seed, and they're looking every bit the part at this point in time.
They are, and as much as we want to point out that, well, Medina came back last week, so on and so forth, that number of 14 rushing yards in the first half tells you that Olentangy Liberty found something that they can key on. They've been successful in stopping it, and it's one thing to say, well, we'll go into the locker room, make some defensive adjustments, which obviously Medina needs to do, but offensively, I mean, if your running game is so important, you got to wonder how many things they could really change if you're Medina to be able to overcome whatever Liberty is doing on defense.
Might be as simple as trying to change the way you're blocking, or you put a fullback in. Who knows? Are they loading the box? That's
Dan. That's not a look of a believer there.
The real issue is Brendan White is a problem.
Well, that's on the defensive side of the ball. If he's got 150 yards receiving,
you can maybe start running the ball, but Brendan White is a real problem because as Tim mentioned, came back last week, had been banged up. He takes snaps all over the field: receiver, running back, defense. He intercepted a pass last week. Ohio State kid. Medina might be able to figure things out offensively, but if they can't figure out a way to stop Brendan White on the other side, they're not going to win this game.
Well, and I think we know that about Medina. We know that the defense is their weakness. We know that for the most part they've been able to outscore teams, but Solon Exhibit A when they gave up 51 points and lost by 9, and then the Mentor game as well. I mean, that's where it ultimately caught up with them, and yeah, they need to figure that out, or obviously put up a whole ton of points somehow in the second half.
Well, our Bill Mayville is on the phone. He is at the Hudson and Aurora game. Bill, we saw the touchdown pass to Paul Tanny with one of our live look-ins. What about this? What's really jumped out about this game, just as you've observed and covered this game?
Guys, both the defenses have played really well so far. Hudson has had a couple better opportunities and had drives kind of stall out as they've crossed over midfield. Hudson's defense has done a really nice job, especially their secondary, at knocking down a lot of passes. Mac Austin targeted Kevin Blunt 8 times in the first half, and they've knocked down 3 or 4 passes headed his way. So they've done a really good job of taking him out of the offense as much as they could.
Well, what about Vanzo and Arslanian running the football? Vanzo's a 1,000-yard rusher. Has Hudson been able to kind of limit the Greenman's ability to run the football as well?
Yeah, so far, I mean, at halftime, we're looking at Vanzo's got 4 carries for 23 yards, and Arslanian's got no carries for no yards. So, I mean, right now, it's really, they've become kind of one-dimensional, and they're throwing the ball all over the place, but the Hudson defense is doing a nice job of getting some pressure and knocking down balls. Paul Tanny has actually missed 2 interceptions where he's had shots at picking off balls that have either bounced off his hands or, just been a half step too late, but he's playing really well in the secondary as well.
Well, these are 2 schools geographically, they're right next to each other, but they don't really play each other that often in football. When they're on the field together, is there a size advantage or anything like that that's evident one way or another that maybe Hudson could have that's slowing down Aurora?
I'm not really speaking too much in terms of anything that jumps out where you go, wow, that team's really a lot bigger, or this team's really a lot smaller. It seems pretty even as far as, once they get on the field and you get between the white lines. Seems like it's a pretty even matchup overall, and the defenses both really come to play.
Are you a little surprised that Aurora hasn't tried to run the football a little bit more? You mentioned just 4 carries for Vanzo, no carries for Arslanian. I would think at some point in time, they run that zone read with Mac Austin as well. Is that something you maybe think might be coming in the second half?
Yeah, and to be fair, they have run the zone read with these guys. Austin's actually got 10 carries, but he's only got they actually negative 2 yards for the game so far. So they're doing a nice job of keying on that and taking that away from them, and they're bringing some pressure. So a couple times they've dropped screens behind them. That works to get them a little bit of yardage, but so far it's really a one-dimensional offense for a good portion of this first half.
All right, Bill, we appreciate it. We'll let you get back to the halftime show that we can hear in the background there. We appreciate the update, Bill Mayville. And it sounds like, just from what Bill has said, the Hudson defense is basically saying, zone read, Mac Austin, you're going to beat us. Chris Vanzo and Bubba Arslanian, you're not going to beat us. Mac Austin's a guy that can run the ball. They just have to kind of figure out that might be a tweak in the blocking and what they're doing up front.
If there's one thing we know about Hudson this season, and really, I mean, every season, but they're a very well-coached team. They're a very well-prepared team. They're always going to be ready for something, and the fact that they've held Aurora scoreless. And Bubba Arslanian, I mean, this is a guy that we mentioned on the show. Bob Mahalik called him one of the best all-around football players he's ever coached, ever. So that's high praise for a guy when you're talking about Bob Mahalik. And for Hudson to kind of hold him in check along with everyone else is impressive.
Still looking forward to Coach Mahalik's adjustments. And you mentioned a
coming,
blocking scheme, but what is he going to tweak to make this work against the Explorers?
Oh, they're coming.
He's in the lab right now.
Just you wait. 24 minutes of football left in that one. Our Matt Gould is covering the Lorraine-Dublin-Jerome game, and Matt files this report as a halftime update. Take it away, Matt.
Hey, this is Matt Gould for cleveland.com and Friday Night Huddle, where the half has just come. It's 14-6. Dublin-Jerome with the lead. Interesting turn of events here at the end of the half. Lorraine nearly went 88 yards to try to tie this game up. They're down 14-6, but they started at their own 17, had a delay of game, and delay of games have hurt them a little bit in this matchup. Pushed them back to 12. They got all the way up to the 13-yard line on a pass to Naz Bohannon. Actually, a trick play. Bohannon to Deshaun Brooks really got them close into Dublin-Jerome field position. However, they got 2 seconds on the clock, could not get that last play off in time, and that's where we stand, 14-6 at halftime. Probably the big difference right now, that punt block, you might have saw it earlier, for Dublin-Jerome gave them short field to take the lead, 14-6. Looking at that receiving matchup I mentioned earlier with Ty Montgomery and Deshaun Brooks, Ty Henderson. He got fury on a couple of them, a couple passes, but Brooks has really kept him in check, and that's opened things up for the quarterback, Joe Dunnan, who's got a few carries, gotten in there, actually scored one of those touchdowns, the one that gave them the 14-6 lead. And that's where we stand here at halftime. The defenses are starting to shore up this game after both teams scored on their first series. So that's it for now. I'm Matt Gould signing off.
All right, 14-6, and close games, it's always special teams and how well you do at the end of halves. And, you're going to look back at that if you do not get the result you want in your Lorraine, and you're going to be just sick to your stomach that you let that get away.
You hate for time to be the thing that stops you.
Yep.
Defenses stop you sometimes. Every now and then you need to turn the ball over or something.
Penalties sometimes.
Penalties, yeah. Oh, you hate for it to be something like time. Something that if you just have 2 or 3 more seconds, they could change a game. That's killer.
But I think if you're Lorraine, you still can take that away as a positive and say, look, we were right down there with the 2-point conversion. We're tied at halftime. They were down 7-6 last week at halftime and ran away with it really in the second half against Olentangy last week. I'm getting all my Olentangys all mixed together. But again, I think if you're Lorraine, you look at it and you say, all right, we missed some tackles that allowed Dublin-Jerome to get it to a 14-6 lead, because we saw that highlight where the quarterback bobbed and weaved his way into the end zone, and we were close to tying it up. I think there's a lot of positives that the Titans can take away from what happened in the first half.
Oh, without question. But right now they trail 14-6 at the half. We're going to step aside and take a quick timeout as playoff games are just getting ready to start the third quarter. As we go to break, take a listen to the St. Edward's Marching Band. It's the Friday Night Huddle.
as athletes need proper sleep for optimum performance, so do fans. To be your best, you need your rest on a properly fitted mattress from Mattress Warehouse. A good night's sleep on the right mattress prepares you for whatever the day throws at you. Visit Mattress Warehouse for a custom sleep assessment, and we'll help you find the right mattress for a great night's sleep and a productive day. Sleep like a champion, play like a champion with the perfect mattress from Mattress Warehouse.
The best thing Tri-C did for me was give me opportunities. The workforce program prepared me for the career I have now. I got a job in the aerospace industry where I work on CNC machines. I have 3 younger brothers. I want to teach my brothers, hard work actually pays off. Come to Tri-C. It's a great stepping stone to wherever you're trying to get to in life. My name is Chris Grooms, and I got my start at Tri-C.
Saturdays, after the big game, Time Warner Cable Sports Channel is Ohio's destination for all things college football. Join Les Levine and Anthony Lima as they break down all the day's action. Listen in live on Coach Urban Meyer's news conference and take your calls on the road ahead for the Scarlet and Gray. More sports and Les Levine postgame. Saturdays after the game on Time Warner Cable Sports Channel.
I'm Stipe Miocic, world heavyweight champion for Nature Stone, and Cleveland's first hometown champ. Fighting can be brutal, so can mold, mildew, or flooding on your basement carpet or tile. Get Nature Stone and never replace your basement flooring again.
Hurry, act now. Get Nature Stone and save up to 50%. That's up to 50% off authentic Nature Stone flooring.
Nature Stone, like me, simply the best.
Act now. Call or visit naturestone.com today.
Football fans, huddle up. Friday nights are about to change forever with Friday Night Huddle. From pregame to postgame and everything in between, Friday Night Huddle is the place for Ohio football action. Combining the resources of cleveland.com, Classic Teleproductions, and Time Warner Cable Sports Channel, Friday Night Huddle gives you unprecedented coverage. You can be part of the action. Get updates as they happen. On cable, online, and on point. Friday Night Huddle. Dominion East Ohio is proud to salute young people in our area who work toward their goals both in the classroom and on the field. We're proud to serve our community and are committed to making a difference. Each year, Dominion partners with schools throughout the region and the entire country to develop new programs aimed at strengthening math and science education in our schools from kindergarten through high school. For more information about our programs, services, and community involvement, www.dom.com. Dominion, it all starts here.
The Ohio Lottery's Partners in Education program has been recognizing students and teachers who shine both in and out of the classroom since 2007. To nominate a deserving teacher or student, go to ohiolottery.com and click on Supporting Education. Students in kindergarten through 12th grade are eligible to be academic all-stars. K through 12 teachers can be honored as the Teacher of the Month. Every school that participates is eligible to be honored as the School of the Year. The Ohio Lottery's Partners in Education, where stars shine.
Tuesday nights are for Ohio college football. And now, Time Warner Cable Sports Channel is teaming up with your favorite site where Ohio State fans gather, 11 Warriors. Join Marissa Contapelli and the pros who know the team best as they preview the week ahead. 11 Warriors Report, Tuesday nights at 7, only on Time Warner Cable Sports Channel.
Welcome back inside the Friday Night Huddle. I'm Dave Bacon, joined by Dan Lobby from cleveland.com, Dave Skozen. We are approaching the beginning of the third quarter in some games as we are in week 2 of the playoffs, the regional semifinals, if you will. We will check in with a Division I, Region 1 game. St. Ignatius taking on Solon. Wildcats with a 14-3 lead late in the second quarter and driving, looking for more as they're taking on the Solon Comets, and it's a little reverse. Travis Potts, and he gets into the end zone for the touchdown. Travis Pott with the touchdown run, and the Wildcats extend their lead to 21-3 at halftime. So Wildcats moving the football, getting it done, and that's what makes this team so tough. You know, they pound you inside, they can throw it, and then you've got Pott and Lato, their receivers will run it as well.
And you react to what that offensive line does. We ran that piece about how good the offensive line is. Naturally, you react to them going one way, all of a sudden the ball's going the other way, and you've got a situation where a guy has to maybe beat one man to the pylon.
Yeah, without question.
And 21-3 at halftime. I mean, this is a St. Ignatius team that's really clicking, especially the last few weeks. I mean, we've been talking about a lot of the games and the halftime adjustments that need to be made, but you got to wonder what kind of adjustments realistically can Sola make for the reasons that both of you just stated. I mean, you're following that line around, you're concentrating on the offensive line, and then they run a misdirection. All of a sudden you get caught on the outside and there's nobody there to stop anything.
Yeah, and you know, get ready for a big dose of Mark Babinski and Dean Stowers in the second half, because with a 21-3 lead, Chuck Kyle's not going to see the need to throw the football. They're going to get behind that big offensive line and say, go move some guys, let's run the football and eat some clock. Let's check in on the phone. Avon Lake and White House Anthony Wayne, Division II, Region 6, my upside-down region. Mike Fitzpatrick joins us with an update. Mike, what's going on?
Yes, we're at halftime out here in Sandusky. It is Anthony Wayne 7 and Avon Lake 6 at the half. Avon Lake drove down to the Anthony Wayne 8-yard line in the last minute of the first half, but Mark Pappas was picked off trying to go to the end zone, and Anthony Wayne holds on 7-6. They lead at the half. Mark Pappas, usually reliable and safe with the football, had 2 interceptions in the first half, and they've been able to slow down Carson Toy a little bit. So 7-6 at the half.
As you look at it, Mike, what was it, a missed extra point by Avon Lake? Or 2 field goals? Go ahead.
Yeah, no, it's a touchdown, 44-yard touchdown pass to Jason Sullivan. It was a short pass over the middle that Sullivan was able to run about 40 yards downfield for the touchdown, and then they misfired on the extra point PAT kick. So 7-6 at the half.
Avon Lake's defense holding up against Anthony Wayne?
They're holding up okay. Anthony Wayne's a very methodical team. They're actually switching up quarterbacks with Evan Brown and also Nick Schneider. And Schneider right now, he's their running back / quarterback. He's been getting a lot of the reps later in the game at quarterback. He's got 63 yards rushing, and he also has their only touchdown on the night.
Sounds like it's a little bit of self-inflicted wounds for the Shoremen as well. Is that something you think Coach DeLugas is addressing right now? Let's clean that up.
Yeah, hopefully he'll be doing that. There was a 15-minute delay at the start of the game. There was an injury on the kickoff that kind of got Avon Lake a little bit out of sync. But, I mean, this is a old-fashioned slobber knocker. A lot of, runs up the middle by Anthony Wayne, and Avon Lake's just trying to get on track right now.
All right, Mike Fitzpatrick, we appreciate the update. We will check back in. Avon Lake hanging tough, the 8 seed, down just a point at halftime.
They're hanging tough, but I think Mark Pappas is going to be the key to the second half. Can he get the passing game going? And we're talking about the quarterback for Avon Lake because, as Mike just pointed out, Anthony Wayne seems like a grinded-out team. You look at a lot of their results from this year. They put up some points, sure, but they've been involved in some very low-scoring games. Avon Lake, more of a shootout type of team. We're going to go out and try and outscore you. So for me, it's all about what can Pappas do in the second half.
Yeah, and for the Generals, good news for them that Nick Schneider and Evan Brown are both playing. Evan Brown had a leg injury last week, didn't think it was going to be anything serious, and it wasn't. And Schneider left the game for precautionary reasons after a blow to the head. So it's good for them that they're both out there. Bad for Avon Lake because, as Mike mentioned, both those guys, they split reps at quarterback, but they're both threats to run the football.
Well, one of the games we've been following all night long is the St. Ed's and Stowe game. Ryan Isley joins us with a halftime update. Ryan, what's going on with the Stowe Bulldogs and the Eagles?
Guys, it's pretty much been all Eagles here so far tonight. It's 34-14 at halftime. Eagles jumped out to a 14-0 lead. Stowe had their chances. They made it 14-7. They were driving to make it 14-14. Couldn't score, and all of a sudden, next thing you know, it was 28-7 St. Ed's. This is not the same Stowe defense I saw last week at Stowe against Cat and McKinley. They're missing tackles. They're blowing assignments. Receivers for St. Ed's are getting open, and they're just taking advantage of every Stowe miscue so far tonight.
Hey, Ryan, when you look at it, so it's basically self-inflicted wounds with that Stowe defense. We saw a couple of missed tackles. Is that kind of been what the story has been in that first half?
Yeah, that's been the theme of the first half so far, guys. It's been missed tackles, like I said, blown coverages, guys not looking for the ball, trying to play the man, not play the ball, things like that have led to big plays for St. Ed's. And to be honest with you, St. Ed's has just taken advantage of every opportunity they've had tonight to score, and Stowe hasn't been able to do that. Curtis Delesta has 122 yards on the ground so far for St. Ed's. Now, 79 of it came on one play. After it was Stowe had scored to cut it to 28-14, they get the ball back. Delesta runs it 79 yards to the 1 yard line. Next play, he's in the end zone. And it's just been things like that. Stowe cannot keep up the momentum anytime they get it, and St. Ed's has been able to score back-to-back possessions, back-to-back times to go up and have that 2 and 3 score lead the entire night.
All those things that you just talked about are coincide with a lot of the things that we were discussing here in the studio in the early going of that game, as far as Stowe not letting it snowball, not thinking about last year and getting blown out by St. Ed's in the playoffs. So one of the highlights that we just played that I believe you would have shot was of a St. Ed touchdown, and one of the Stowe players just stood there with his hands on his knees in the corner of the end zone with his head down. What has been the demeanor of the Bulldogs as this game has unfolded? Do they look defeated, or have they been able to keep it together and look like a team that they've got enough spark in them to turn it around and make a comeback here?
There have been times where they've looked like they might be down on themselves, but I keep harking back to talking to Kyle Van Treese, the quarterback, after last week's win over Canton McKinley. Him and I talked about this game specifically, and you could tell in his eyes this team was hurt last year after they lost 45-7 to St. Ed's. And this team wanted revenge this year. They wanted to play St. Ed's. And they've been trying to keep it together, and Kyle actually made a couple of great plays. Once he got 14-0, this team could have gone down and said, this game's over. We've seen this before. Van Treese goes down and leads a huge drive to get a touchdown. And right now I'm watching them on the sidelines as the second half has started. They're all jumping around. They're with each other. They're not heads down. Nobody's sitting down. Nobody's got their hands on their knees. They're on defense right now, and the entire offense is standing up on the sideline, yelling at the defense, encouraging the defense to make plays. So this team has not given up on themselves yet. It's actually a good sign to see from a team, like you said, lost 45-7 last year. This team, and now they're down by 20 again. But they haven't given up on themselves.
Nicely, we appreciate it. We'll let you get back as that game is underway. So Bulldogs have the talent to put points on the board. The question is, can they stop the St. Ed's offense? And to be honest with you, the defense was pretty good last week, but it's the tackling. It's, again, not letting it snowball, not letting it get out of hand.
Whether it's the St. Ed's team from last year or kind of a reloaded St. Ed's team that maybe doesn't have the experience, the one thing you know is if you make mistakes and if you give them opportunities and you miss tackles, they're going to take advantage of it, because maybe these aren't the guys that were essentially a college team a year ago. These are good football players. You don't play at St. Ed's if you aren't a good football player. They're going to take advantage of mistakes.
And Coach Norrie has done so many good things to build the program in Stowe that up until a couple of years ago had gone 20 years or so without making the playoffs. And now you just want to see what can he convince his team to come out of the locker room with. And I know Ryan Isley was saying, well, no, they don't look defeated. They're jumping around and they're this and that. But I mean, really, when we saw that last highlight while Ryan was talking, and they looked as if, man, what just happened here? So I think that's going to be one of the big tests, because frankly, Stowe hasn't been in this spot all season. Even the Solon game, which was close. I mean, it was a close, what was it, maybe a 3-point game at halftime or a 1-point game. And then the game that they ultimately lost against Hudson, they were way ahead into the fourth quarter. So this is a little bit of a different look, and it'll be interesting to see how the Bulldogs come out here, if they can respond and find any way to stop St. Ed's at all.
Mike Patika has a battle of 11-0 teams in Division IV Region 13. Perry and Woodridge. Mike, what's going on with Perry and Woodridge?
Yeah, Woodridge leads 27-13. We're about ready for the second half kickoff. Woodridge has put together 4 touchdown drives. Mason Light, 6 of 11 for 127 yards. Thrown touchdown passes of 18 yards to Jacob Margroff and 18 to Sharif Howard. Howard's caught 5 passes for 109 yards. Alfred Sanders and Robert Singletary have combined for nearly 100 rushing yards. Both teams have, a set of really gifted wide receivers, and you can tell it's a challenge for both secondaries. And in fact, we might have even seen some morbid plays, but the wind has played some tricks with some deep throws where guys were open downfield. And Perry's main threat on offense has been Andrew Foley, the 6'3" wide receiver, who's also doubles, getting some running plays out of the slot. He made a really brilliant leaping catch in the end zone, a 17-yard touchdown catch from Colston Brewster. And Jacob Allen, he caught a pass at the Woodridge 25, faked out a couple defenders, and turned that into a 51-yard score. This game's never been tied. Woodridge led 13-0, 13-7, 20-7, 20-13, and now 27-13.
When we talked with you in the first half, it was into the second quarter, and Perry only had 1 first down at that point. I think you said they had 3 drives and hadn't really been able to do anything with it. What changed, or what did they do differently against that Woodridge defense that allowed them to get on the scoreboard?
Yeah, what happened is the wide receivers being able to make plays, basically. Like I say, Allen really made a nice play to turn a 25-yard catch and a 51-yard touchdown. And 6'3" Andrew Foley has distinct size advantage over any defensive back he's going to face. So it's basically for Perry putting their 13 points on the board, being able to stay in the game has been the athleticism of wide receiver. Their fine running back, Josh Petrocelli, he's had an occasional, nice 6, 8, 10-yard run. But, basically he's been bottled up. And remember, this is a Woodridge defense that has held its opponents to 8 points per game this season.
Mike Patika, we'll let you get back to the game. We appreciate the updates. There you have it. Woodridge with a 27-13 lead. And Perry starting to put some things together.
And that in itself, I think, is impressive. And Mike mentioned that Woodridge averaging 8 points allowed per game. And not only just the average, they haven't given up more than 14 points in any game this season. So for Perry to come out and get 13 on the board, that's got to make them feel a little better. It maybe makes the Bulldog defense think about things a little bit differently as well.
You'd like to see some turnovers, too, if you're Perry. 42 turnovers forced this year. They've scored 6 times, too, off those turnovers. So that's one way to certainly get back in a football game, too.
Well, 2 11-0 teams, you'd expect it to be getting tighter and tighter.
That's what you
want. It's what this time of year is all about. So that's a Division IV Region 13 battle with Perry, the 1 seed, and the 4 seed Woodridge. Right now, the 4 seed leading. So we'll see. Michael continue to update us on that. You know what else? The thing that's going to be interesting to see in that Aurora and Hudson game is what adjustments Aurora makes to the zone read. I'm surprised that the running backs have 4 carries in the first half. Vanzo's a 1,000-yard rusher. He's got double-digit touchdowns. Arslanian has 6 or 7 rushing touchdowns. That's, I think, where Bob Mihalik is going.
And it almost makes you wonder, is that part of some sort of strategy where, well, we're not going to show them any of that in the first half, and then if we need to, I don't know. I mean, if those are the guys that produce all of your points, why aren't they getting the football. You've got to believe that that's something that Aurora will do differently in the second half.
Yeah, you would certainly think so. Well, we want to welcome in viewers who have been watching the Dayton Flyers basketball game on Time Warner Cable Sports Channel. You're inside the Friday Night Huddle. I'm Dave Bacon, joined by Dan Lobby from cleveland.com and Dave Skozen as well. Real-time updates from across the state for high school football. We were speaking of Division II, Region 5. That's Hudson, the number 1 seed. Aurora, the number 1 seed, 10-1. Hudson, the 4th seed, 9-2. And at halftime, Hudson with a 7-0 lead. If you're Hudson, you have to be thrilled with that because defense, make no mistake about it, defense is what Hudson's going to hang their hats on, has been and will continue to be. And it's pretty good defense as well.
But we also know how effective Aurora can be offensively. You guys were both just talking about it. And if they come out and maybe start to find some cracks in that Hudson defense and sort of change the tone of the game to maybe Hudson's defense isn't in control anymore. Now that Aurora offense has started to roll a little bit, maybe Hudson kind of starts to remember, well, this Aurora team is really good. We know that Hudson probably wouldn't be the favorite in this game. Aurora is the better team. Maybe that starts to show a little bit if Aurora is able to find some cracks in that defense, which is easier said than done.
Well, one of the things I think we wonder about a little bit, we were able to take a live look in at the last couple of plays that Aurora ran right before halftime, and there were a couple of passing plays that just sort of floated up into the end zone, and you wonder how much of that is Hudson defense. But we talked about the wind, especially in Northeast Ohio tonight. The wind is pretty strong and brisk and consistent. So is the idea that maybe Aurora hasn't been able to mix things as well as maybe they normally would, affecting their overall offensive potential?
Well, and again, you got to credit the defense of Hudson for being able to kind of dictate what that that's an offense of Aurora that runs the ball effectively with those two backs. I'm still kind of shocked that Arslanian and Vanzo have 4 carries. Now, Mac Austin, he's a good dual threat guy. He's got 10. But if you would have told me that, I don't know that I'd have believed you. So that defense is dictating what Aurora's offense is doing.
Sorry, excuse me. I think what I would watch for in this game actually is when you talk about Hudson, you talk about Aurora, all this season and really kind of throughout the last few years, both teams are capable of making big special teams plays. Mm-hmm. And maybe that's what this is going to come down to. Is Hudson going to make a big special teams play that turns us into a 2 or 3 score game? Or is Aurora maybe going to get that spark out of a punt return or a kickoff return or some sort of special teams play that can turn the tide of the game?
And we talked about it before. Grant Gagne, the kicker for Hudson, is not available tonight. He's been very solid for them over the last few years. What I was going to say was I'd be curious to see time of possession or some sort of indicator in that game as far as how many opportunities has Aurora really had. If you're, one of their top 2 running backs only have 4 attempts and their quarterback has 10 rushing attempts, what has been the flow of that game? Has Hudson held the ball most of the time, kept it out of the hands of the Greenmen, or what is really the story there?
Very interesting is, Hudson trying to pull the upset, if you will. The 4th seed trying to advance to the regional final. The winner of that game will get the winner of the Chardon Hilltoppers and Warren Harding. Harding leading that game 28-14. We heard the update, and you heard the update. Lynn Bowden, every bit as good as advertised. So that's
left Dan King speechless.
Yeah, exactly. That's certainly something that Chardon isn't used to running up against. Is that kind. And that's not fair. I mean, there's not that many athletes like that in the state, and that's why people in the Youngstown and Warren area feel he deserves to be Mr. Football, and we'll find out in a few weeks if that's the case.
And, we talked about that with Chardon, where people aren't used to running into the wing T offense that Chardon runs. But I think the biggest thing that Chardon is not used to running into is being behind at halftime. Or being behind at any point in the game, and being especially behind by 12 touchdowns. I think their closest win, because they are undefeated, the lowest margin of victory I think might have been Mayfield, week 7 or so, and it was a 42-28, somewhere in that neighborhood. But they're used to rolling up. What was the score last week? 56-6 over Bedford. They're scoring 40, 50, 60 points a game. So seeing how the Hilltoppers respond to being behind at halftime. Not just so much mechanically can they make those adjustments, but psychologically they are in a place that they have not been in all season long.
Well, one of the games that we've been following from Division I Region 2, Dublin, Jerome, and Lorraine. Jerome went to halftime with a 14-6 lead on Lorraine. Lorraine, as we found out, had the ball deep in Jerome territory, couldn't put points on the board. Well, the Titans come out and moving the football again in the third quarter, getting a little fancy. Zion Cross with the reverse. Little bounce, he gets outside. Zion Cross, 28 yards for the touchdown. And then our man Chavis gets in from a couple yards out for the two-point conversion. And we are tied up 14-14 in the third quarter.
Zion had an 88-yard touchdown catch last week, so he's out here making plays for the Titans here a couple weeks in a row.
I love your note on Zion Cross, the state champion in the 100-meter dash.
Yeah.
And in track and field. But, we talked about Lorraine going into the locker room. They had a drive going, got down to, the 13, 14-yard line and essentially ran out of time. The second touchdown for Dublin Jerome was just this, a couple of missed tackles, the quarterback sneak, putting on some extra special moves. And I think you could have gone back if you're Lorraine and said, hey, we could have been ahead here. We could have at least been tied. And so it looks as if maybe they did come out and use that to their advantage. And even if it took a trick play to go ahead and get the touchdown and set up the tying score, I think Lorraine looks like they're in pretty good shape right now.
Well, and the other thing to remember is Lorraine lost the first two games of the year, and they've won 9 straight to get to this point. They're the 3rd seed, Dublin Jerome the 2nd seed. So this Lorraine team's playing well, and they basically tie things up. So Titans making it real interesting is that 2-3 matchup in Division I Region 2. Division I Region 1, we had touched on it. The Eagles opened up a 20-point lead on Stowe. Told you the Bulldogs have the offense to put some points on the board. And it's our man again, Kyle Van Treese. Buys some time, scrambles, throws deep downfield. And Jared Wright again in the end zone. Got behind the defense. The long touchdown hookup. Van Treese to Wright. So hang on, 34-21. A 13-point deficit.
There they are winning that one-on-one matchup again. The defensive back fell down going for the ball. And Kyle Van Treese, his career's not going to end without a fight, I guess. He a nice rollout, shows the arm strength. Stowe's still hanging around in this. You wonder, though, if they're going to regret scoring there towards the end of the half and then giving up another score before halftime. I mean, that's really tough to overcome. Being down 14 instead of being down 20 is a big difference.
Well, it'd be a one-score game.
See how this plays out here. Yeah,
it'd
exactly.
It'd be a one-score game at that point in time. Well, we've talked a little bit about Kyle Van Treese. He is a Division I quarterback. Started some games as a freshman for the Stowe Bulldogs. He's now a senior, and he'll be headed to the University of Buffalo. At 6'3", 230 pounds, Kyle Van Treese looks like a college quarterback. He has a strong arm that colleges drool over and enables him to make all the throws on a football field. But the best part of Kyle's game isn't physical.
He makes us right a lot, I say would be the number one thing. Kyle's grown with this system now for 4 years. He played as a freshman in some games. He's started probably, maybe this is his 34th or 35th game starting, something like that. So he has a firm grasp of what we do offensively.
I feel like I'm, handling the offense well. I'm managing, I'm managing drives, managing checks, reads, all that stuff. We're throwing the ball well, we're running the ball well, so I think I'm doing that pretty well.
Don't get the wrong idea. Van Treese's definition of managing the offense is understanding it at the highest level and making it run correctly. Kyle's accepted a football scholarship from the University of Buffalo in the Mid-American Conference, where he'll be an early enrollee.
He's a great kid. I mean, and I know a lot of people say that, but, he's great in the classroom. He's a great character kid. He does all the right things. He does well in school. And
Norrie knows a lot about what it takes to be a successful football player, having coached in the NFL with the San Francisco 49ers for a couple of years.
It's great. He's got so much experience with coaching with football. He's so football smart, and it's awesome to have that in the locker room and film on the field. He knows how to calm people down. He knows how to...
Hi, Mom! Hi, Mom!
Meet the Stowe offensive line. It's pretty obvious the big guys up front like their quarterback, and the feeling's mutual.
Incredible, incredible. You know, without them, I don't even know where we would be. They are so good, and I am so thankful to have them. You know, they open the running game up so much, and they protect me in the pass game. So, you know, all credit goes to them.
Van Treese has put up some impressive numbers, over 2,000 yards and 20 touchdowns, almost a 4-to-1 touchdown to interception ratio. But what he wants most is for the team to win.
I want to see more leadership, obviously. I want to get out there, show the younger kids that, you know, you got to put in a lot of work to get where we are at. Maybe a few more. I mean, I always want to be that better. There's always room for improvement.
And Kyle Van Treese has that arm that college scouts fall in love with, can make all the throws, as they say, and he's going to need to make a couple of them tonight if they're going to come back and pull this one out, without question.
Yeah, like you mentioned in that piece, he's going to Buffalo. That's a MAC school. That's a Division I offer. If you're a Division I quarterback, you're pretty good. And we saw a couple throws, too, in that piece that really nicely done, and a lot of it comes from, and you saw it when his offensive line jumps on the camera, this is a group that's been together for a while, and this is a group that has sort of done with that program really what no other group of seniors has done. They've gotten to the playoffs 3 times in 4 years, state semifinals a year ago. They've never been that far, and you know, who knows how this Ed's rematch is going to play out, but it's been an impressive run for that group.
Yeah, you watch that, it actually makes you feel better about Stowe and their chances. I mean, I guess you did a great sales job as far as that's concerned. I think, you know, talking about the matchup and what was the score was 34-21, St. Ed's leading in the third quarter.
Yep.
If you're St. Ed's, though, you want to do what you did at the beginning of the first half, where they came out and scored a touchdown and then created a turnover right away, and it's 14-0, and try to get the Bulldogs thinking, oh no, here we go again, because it looks like they're not quite in that mental state right now. I mean, from what we've seen, they scored late in the first half, even if they did turn it over and cost themselves some more points, but coming right out and getting back into the game the way that they have early on in the second half, the Bulldogs are still in it, and you got to think that they are believing that they are still in that game.
Well, I mean, think about it. They're down 13 in the third quarter, and you've had the backward pass that was tipped and recovered. You've had the 79-yard run that set up a 1-yard touchdown run, and then you had the touchdown that you gave up right before half.
Yeah.
So, I mean, yeah, if you're the Bulldogs, I think you're probably more mad at yourself for those breakdowns than you are, you know, anything else.
And we've heard from the reports at the game there were a lot of missed tackles too,
right,
on top of the mistakes that you mentioned. So it does put things in a little bit of a different light to say, wow, this could easily be the other way around, and Stowe have a lead at this point. So now, if you are the Bulldogs, how do you build on that, and how do you turn it around to win the second half and ultimately the game?
You know, I think it's probably you need something from your special teams. You need a turnover. You need to flip the script on what St. Ed's did to you in that first half. You have to come up with a turnover. You have to come up with a couple big pass plays, and you can't allow the big play. You've just eliminated any margin for error that you had.
Exactly. You have not played mistake-free, and from what we know, Ed's has played mistake-free. They haven't had a big turnover. You're the team out there that's missing tackles, throwing the backwards pass that gets intercepted, maybe playing a little tight early in the game, giving up the touchdown at the end of the half. And like you said, there's zero margin now at this point. You still need 2 scores, and your defense has to do something they really haven't been able to do all night, and that's stop the St. Edward offense.
Other than that,
it's that simple, right?
we have the formula for success, at least.
Let me write that out fill this notebook with all that advice.
You know, the other thing is St. Ignatius has put together a really good half of football. I mean, if you think about it, a 21-3 lead on Solon, nobody has held that offense down that well, and that probably speaks volumes about St. Ignatius's defense and how good they are. a lot of people give that offensive line credit, and rightly so, and that might overshadow the defense a little bit.
I mean, we've spent so much time on this show just raving about Solon and how good they are, and rightfully so. I mean, that's an incredible football team. And I think what we're seeing tonight is Solon is getting held in check by St. Ignatius. Stowe, another team we've raved about a lot on this show, they're getting held in check by St. Edward. Those are just two great programs that are just kind of doing what they do best in Division I, Region I, kind of rising to the top here. Still time left tonight, but you're seeing those two teams that we all kind of thought could end up in that regional final headed towards that right now.
You know, you mentioned the St. Ignatius defense, and again, with the offensive line being overlooked. A while ago, we threw out the stat that Peninsula Woodridge had not given up more than 14 points in any game all year. St. Ignatius has 5 shutouts. They gave up 28 points in one game. That was the overtime loss at Detroit Central Catholic, and then gave up 17 points in a win at Canton Glen Oak a few weeks ago. So really, I mean, their defense, just based sheerly on points allowed, is right up there with anybody else. And to see, you know, how they've held Solon to 3 points in the first half, I mean, that's impressive, but it's in line with what they've been doing all season.
That Detroit Catholic Central loss early in the year was on the road at Detroit Catholic Central. They had the lead in the fourth quarter. They turned the ball over. It was either 4 or 5 times, and they still only lost by 7 in overtime. So that was kind of a wake-up call, I think, for the Wildcats as to, yeah, we're really talented, but if we don't play error-free with who we play, we're in big trouble.
And good catch on that. In Michigan, they flipped Central and Catholic, so it's Catholic Central. I'd forgotten about it. It's all over the state up there. It's interesting.
So, you know, again, is that a collision course? Maybe. And that, you know, that would make for a real interesting and fun regional final. And you could be sure St. Ed's remembers what happened, you know, a couple weeks ago at First Energy Cleveland Browns Stadium. And St. Ignatius really took control of that game pretty early and never let it go.
The other interesting angle there is, let's say either Stowe or Solon is able to come back and beat either St. Ed's or St. Ignatius, but now they put themselves in a position where they have to play those teams back to back. And that alone, just, you know, we talk about the size of the players that are with St. Ignatius and a lot of the athleticism. I mean, that alone would present a tremendous challenge, whoever it is, if that were to play out that way. You've got to play those teams on consecutive weeks.
It's always interesting, too, to see how, you know, with Eds and Ignatius having played 2 weeks ago, if they rematch again 3 weeks later, who has the edge there? Is it Eds kind of knowing, all right, this is where we weren't good enough, these are the exact adjustments we need to make against this team? Or is it Ignatius with that confidence that 3 weeks ago we blew these guys out, let's just go out and do what we do?
Well, you know, it's kind of interesting is we're jumping ahead, you know.
Yeah, we are.
We still have a half of football.
I think this is what we do, though.
Exactly.
Right?
We're supposed to. It's
prepare for any eventuality.
Exactly.
Yes.
Well, you know, Aurora starting to put some things together and move the football as, you know, they're running the football a little bit. Bubba Arslanian's picked up a couple first downs. And let's take a live look in. It's Aurora and Hudson, Division II, Region 5. Aurora the top seed, Hudson the 4 seed. And the Hudson Explorers hanging on to that 7-0 lead, 1:25 to go in the third. And Aurora at the 17-yard line of the Explorers.
The first thing that jumped out at me was the time, 1:20 to go in the third. I mean, Hudson's held them scoreless almost for another quarter.
There's Mac Austin with Arslanian lead blocking, and Mac Austin still going. And he gets down inside the 15, down to about the 12-yard line as the Greenmen trying to put this one in the end zone and tie this up. And that might be why you saw Mac Austin. Arslanian is the lead blocker, and look at that block. 27, that seal block, and that kind of gives him the crease to push it forward, and now it's second and short.
Yeah, but you use the word kind of giving him a crease. I think that's the key here is it seems like there have been plenty of times throughout most of the season, and again, Aurora has won 10 games in a row where there's a hole. And their backs are going to run through it and get some big gains, and it doesn't look like Hudson's allowing that to happen.
Read option. Mac Austin inside the 10, caught from behind, first and goal at about the call it the 4-yard line, as the Aurora Greenmen starting to put the offense together, trying to tie this up.
Our Slanian just out there looking for somebody to hit. Let me hit somebody, and kind of missed a little bit, but he did get a body on.
You know what? The guy didn't make the play, and he cut back out where he went, so that got him an extra 3 or 4 yards. Don't have to pancake him, just don't let him make the tackle.
You always talk about having your head on a swivel. He's got his head on a swivel, looking for somebody to run into.
Vanzo is number 40. That's a little misdirection, and there's Bubba Arslanian, touchdown Aurora. Point after away from tying it up. That time they set him in the slot like they were going to be the lead blocker. They ran him around, a little misdirection as they faked it to Vanzo, gave it to Arslanian, and we are just a point after away from tying this up at 7-all.
Credit those offensive linemen. We're going to see here, watch 61. He gets out in front. 51 is out there too. Just clearing a path for Arslanian to run through.
You've got to wonder a little bit, as effective as Hudson has obviously been to this point in the game and slowing down the run and filling the gaps and everything, but all right, now it's the end of the third quarter. Are you worn down a little bit? Is there more of an opportunity for Aurora because of that?
There's certainly a cumulative effect. That's one of the reasons that you enjoy running the football, and that's why you do it. So here's the point after, and we are tied up at 7-all, 6 seconds remaining in the third quarter. So a good one going on between Hudson and Aurora, first and fourth seed.
I don't know if that's necessarily what we expected in this game.
No.
To be honest with you. I think you looked at the matchup and you said, okay, Aurora's going to be able to run the ball. The question is, can Hudson keep up? Well, Aurora hasn't been able to run the ball, and Hudson has been the one kind of dictating things to this point. So it's a credit to them, again, their preparation and the way they play defensively to be taking this game to the fourth quarter tied at 7.
And it still looks like it's an advantage for Hudson that the game is played out this way, because if this was a shootout sort of game, I mean, I think many of us would give the advantage to Aurora if the offenses are doing at will what they want to do.
Yeah, you look at it, and Vanzo's a 1,000-yard rusher. Blunt has multiple, he's close to double-digit touchdown receptions. So, and Hudson's more of a committee with their offense. They play 3 quarterbacks sometimes. They got a couple guys that run. They got a couple guys that catch. So, yeah, I think that's fair. Another game in the other region, that would be Region 6 of Division 2. It's the 7th seed Westlake, the 6th seed Olmsted Falls. Olmsted Falls with a 28-14 lead, and the Bulldogs trying to get more. And there is the touchdown run for the Bulldogs. That'll make it 35-14 as the Bulldogs just keep pounding the football.
I guess everybody on Olmsted Falls just runs through people. That was impressive at the goal line.
Boy, what a performance, though, for Olmsted Falls. And we can keep talking about, well, Westlake came back last week. They came back, but I mean, at some point you have to actually start the comeback. But, credit Westlake on where their program is, because it had not been in the playoffs until 1989, until this season. They win a playoff game to get to this point. But now, Olmsted Falls starting to look more and more like a team that can really make some noise going deeper into the playoffs. And again, it's not over, but this is our job to look ahead a little bit. But up by 21 in the fourth quarter looks pretty good, especially after they knocked off a very good Midview team last week. Midview out of Grafton was 9-1 during the regular season. So let's if Olmsted Falls hangs on, let's see how far they can get.
Well, we have our first final of the night as Cuyahoga Heights finishes it off. They shut out St. Thomas Aquinas. That's an impressive win for Cuyahoga Heights. 34-0. They advance to the regional final, and we'll see if Kirtland gets there. They're playing New Middletown Springfield. Let's head to the phones. Bill Mayville is at that Hudson-Aurora game, and Bill, we saw Aurora come back and tie it up. Did they start running the football with their backs a little bit? What was it that enabled the Greenmen to get into the end zone there?
Yeah, the touchdown run you guys just saw by Arslanian capped a 10-play, 90-yard drive. They really started using Arslanian in the second half here. I've got him at 8 carries for 57 yards in the second half. So after having nothing in the first half, they've really started leaning on him a little more heavily. The drive actually featured 35 yards in penalties on Hudson that helped push that drive down the field a little faster.
Bill, any idea as to why Bubba Arslanian was not more of the game plan in the first half?
Honestly, I'm not sure. They've started using some more counters and started using him in some off-tackle plays, and it seems to have Hudson over-pursuing. So I think maybe the idea was to get them going one way and then start hitting them back the other way. Something we're going to have to ask in the post-game interview, I guess.
You know, I think it certainly sounds like they wanted to try to it's the halftime adjustment. They saw that defense pursues, so what do? You start running the counters with your big fullback who likes running over people. That third quarter, did that go as quickly as it seemed to? Was it mostly running and just that clock just kept going and going?
Yeah, it was a pretty fast quarter overall, which is nice for us up on deadline in the press box. So
we appreciate the update. We'll check back in with you. 7-7 the score in the fourth quarter there.
Again, we've talked about it a few times. I still think it's a surprise that it's a 7-7 game. Favors Hudson. Now you're to the point of the game, though, where how does Hudson respond to that becomes such a key to how this whole thing is going to shake out. I mean, the Explorers have had plenty of come-from-behind scenarios this year, close games to the end. Even last week against Copley, they were down 25-15 in the second half, came back and won. But this next drive can really set a tone, because if it's a 3-and-out, and Aurora gets the ball right back, look out, because that plays right into what the Greenmen can do and start to perhaps roll up a bunch of yards and some points as a result of that.
But the reality is, if you told Jeff Goff back at 7 o'clock, hey, you're going to be going into the fourth quarter tied at 7, I think he said, okay, yeah, sign me up for that. 12 minutes, tied at 7 against Aurora.
It certainly seems like Aurora has found something. So now let's see what Hudson's defense is able to do as far as adjusting to that. Now you got to tell them, guys, you can't go crazy. Don't over pursue, because you're getting killed with the misdirection coming back against you.
Yeah, discipline.
Yeah, and the other thing is, it plays into Hudson's hand, except for now it's a 7-7 game, 12 minutes to go. Which offense has the ability to make big plays? Well, that would be Aurora. The flip side of that is Hudson is used to playing close games and pulling it out at the end.
I mean, Hudson really needs to take the ball and keep it. I mean, they need to I guess the term would be to shorten the game. I mean, if they can, whether they score or not, if they can keep the ball out of Aurora's hands the first 4 minutes, 5 minutes of that fourth quarter, I mean, that definitely enhances their chances of winning. You would figure odds are that Aurora would be pinned back in their own territory if that were to happen. So, yeah, the defense is going to be important, and how does Hudson adjust to what Aurora is doing differently? But just as important is that Explorer offense needs to hold on to the ball right now.
Yeah, I mean, they need to respond. You need to find, you've now had Aurora's offense respond. Now, if you're Hudson, you want to see how does our offense respond to that, because Aurora clearly found something that worked. So the pressure, the momentum of the game is now, the answer of the game is how does Hudson's offense respond?
And the reality is Hudson's been stuck on 7 for a long time.
When did they get the touchdown?
Second
a minute
quarter.
to go in the second quarter.
3 or 3.5.
Yeah, they've had points. It's closer to this part of the game than it is to the beginning of the game.
I guess longer than you'd like to be stuck at 7 though against this Aurora offense.
Well, the thing is it's a good job by Aurora to come out and do what they needed to do in the third quarter. Now it falls on Hudson to see what's up.
Are either of the two of you as surprised by Cuyahoga Heights and that final?
Yeah.
I mean, 34-0 in the second round of the playoffs.
Well, and Aquinas is a team that has played some bigger schools, some pretty good bigger schools. Again, in these games, when things snowball, if you don't stop it, that's what happens. The game kind of gets away from you in a hurry.
And I'd be curious to hear, when did they get to the running clock? because once they got past 30 points, obviously. But when did Cuyahoga Heights get their last touchdown to get to that point and just speed things up?
Well, we've wondered how Hudson's offense will respond. Let's take a look. The Hudson Explorers, fourth quarter action is Aurora tied it up late in the third quarter, and Hudson. It's Colt Pillay throwing, and look at that. Greg Maley gets behind the defense, 58 yards early in the fourth quarter. So that's how the Explorers respond with a big play, a 58-yard touchdown. And Hudson, 14-7 with the lead.
The Aurora defender wanted something there, a penalty.
I don't
See him
know.
turn around and hold his hands up.
Maybe expected help to be back there.
Yeah, there was something happened on that play. Now that
the receiver got behind him.
I
was like,
right.
They're not stuck at 7 anymore either, by the way.
Well, and that happened in about a minute.
Yeah.
I mean, they're still not even to the 11-minute mark.
Right.
So, yeah, Hudson got the touchdown, but does that play into Aurora's style of football a little bit more than it actually does for the Explorers? I mean, you take the points, don't get me wrong.
Yeah, I mean,
but I'm just saying, if you're Aurora, I think you can look at that and say, okay, we scored, they scored, let's get back out there and do what we were doing, get our offense back on the field. We talked about how Hudson's defense could be worn down at this point, even though they had been effective, but just, maybe a half step behind where they were. Now you've got to get amped up again to try and resist another drive by Aurora.
Fourth quarter of a regional semifinal, no style points. Blow up the scoreboard anytime you can. Put those points on the board.
I'm not saying don't score. I'm just saying it's not the worst thing in the world for Aurora.
No. Again, now you got to find out if you're Hudson. If you're the one thing is you haven't had any time to do any of the adjustments to what that offense came out and did in the third quarter. Being Aurora's, which went boom, 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 boom down the field. The 12-play drive that ate up all kinds of time and put 7 points on the board. But again, you feel pretty good about that 7-point lead. I'm taking the 7 points anytime I can get them.
Again, if you ask Coach Goff at the beginning of the game, hey, with 11:28 to play, we're going to have a 7-point lead. Exactly. You would take it. You would take it.
Well, another game that we have been chronicling is the Dublin-Jerome-Lorraine game, and the Lorraine Titans starting to get it done. Is driving downfield, trying to add to a lead, and it's Justin Sturgill pulling it out, and he gets into the end zone for a touchdown, and Lorraine pulling away from Dublin-Jerome, 30-14. Lorraine leading in the third quarter, so that time running out in the second quarter deep in Dublin-Jerome territory, just a foreteller of things to come as Lorraine gets back inside the red zone a couple of times and adds to their lead.
One of those situations where they figured something out. They just didn't finish that time, but they finished this half.
And it's starting to look more and more like Lorraine is the best team in that matchup. Again, we talked about how we saw the highlight of the second touchdown from Dublin-Jerome, and there were a couple of missed tackles. Looks like a play that could have been made to stop it and keep it a 1-point game, and then the drive that came up short and ran out of time for Lorraine to end the first half. So now to make it 30-14. Again, we're not saying it's over by any stretch of the imagination, but looking ahead, the last thing we heard, Medina was behind by quite a bit, right, to Olentangy Liberty. Was that the last report that we had on that one? So now, man, Lorraine, a chance, if they do hang on, they will have won 10 games in a row, potentially going up against the top seed and an undefeated opponent next week for the regional championship. I mean, what a job for a program that literally started 5 years ago. Wasn't that when it was 2011's when they combined the two high schools in Lorraine. So, man, great things for the Titans the way it's looking right now.
Well, one of the games that we are keeping an eye on with constant updates is that Westlake and Olmsted Falls game. Olmsted Falls a 35-14 lead, but Westlake gives it to Kudar Robinson, and he gets into the end zone, and that makes it 35-21 on the Robinson touchdown run, fourth quarter, as Robinson cuts it to just a 2-score game. So Westlake not going anywhere, but still a big hill to climb.
And Westlake had a 20-3 lead in the first game. So tables turned a little bit. Now they're trying to charge back and make a big comeback in this rematch.
And how many games did it feel like we saw this out of Westlake this year where they were behind 2 or 3 touchdowns and they would keep pace and almost catch up? And so in an odd sort of way, this is Westlake-style football, and we can go back to the comeback last week when they got the overtime win over Holland Springfield. But, you know, Westlake, they're battle-tested enough. They've been in this position before. But, man, Olmsted Falls has looked pretty good, you know, awfully good so far to this point in this game.
Division I, Region 1, St. Ed's and Stowe as the Eagles pushed it to 41-21. And then early in the fourth quarter, the Stowe Bulldogs are moving the ball downfield. They're deep in St. Ed's territory. They give it to Joe Gobble, and Joe Gobble gets into the end zone. So 41-28, just over 9 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter. Bulldogs hanging in there, but they're going to need a turnover or a stop.
I saw a tweet from Ryan Isley that they also recovered the onside kick following that. So
there you go.
Something brewing there maybe for the Bulldogs. We'll see.
So you get in the end zone, you get a stop, and then they're on a 13. So that's the other thing to keep an eye on.
And Ryan mentioned it coming out of that half, even with you know, the lead where it was, they were still in the game. They were still very much together. They were still looking like a team that believed in themselves. Now, that can only do so much for you, but it's better than having guys on the bench hanging their heads and thinking about what happened last year. A lot of these guys playing for their high school careers tonight. They don't want it to end.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically you're at the point of the year where if you don't win your season, and if you're a senior, your career is over. So there literally is no tomorrow for some of these guys.
And from a program standpoint, at the very least, I think you can say that Stowe has closed the gap regardless of what happens in this game. I mean, again, we belabored the point quite a bit, but St. Ed's graduating 9 Division I college football players that went on to take up that task this year off of last year's team. But, you know, you're in the fourth quarter in a 2-score game, and you made a lot of mistakes if you're Stowe. So to look at it from that standpoint, number one, it should help you right now because it says, hey, we should be at least tied with St. Ed's, if not ahead. So let's go out and finish this comeback and pull this off. But aside from that, just the program in general, they're still progressing. They have still made a sizable improvement as compared to St. Ed's over last year.
Well, and I'll take it a step further. Their sophomore class, really good. They started 2 guys on their defensive line that were freshmen, and so they're now sophomores, and that is a class that's pretty good, and they followed up with a pretty good freshman class. So Mark Norrie's coached for the San Francisco 49ers. He was a linebacker coach there, so he knows a little bit about football.
It's almost like he's looking over at Hudson and saying, well, let's see, they've kind of built their program like this, and Solon's kind of built their program like this. Maybe we should be doing a little bit of that too. Maybe Stowe should be getting these kids when they're a little bit younger and getting them their experience, getting them ready to take over as the next group.
And how about the call by Coach Norrie to pull an onside kick coming out of that? So when I know it said it was the fourth quarter, we didn't have a time on it as how much time was remaining in the fourth, but it seemed like maybe you really didn't have to, but he did. And if your tweet that you read, right, from Ryan Isley said that Stowe was able to recover. I mean, a gutsy call because you risk putting St. Ed's in a great offensive field position right after you pull back within 13 points. But to make that call and to be able to convert it, I mean, it's a good sign perhaps for Stowe.
Yeah, and, you know, it'll be, you know, again, you recover it. The one thing is, you really need to put it into the end zone. So let's check in. As you mentioned, Ryan Isley tweeted that the Bulldogs recovered the onside kick. The offense moving the ball, and it's going to be Kyle Van Treese. And this time he's going to do it with his legs. He dives into the end zone. So the Bulldogs not going quietly. It's a 6-point game, 41-35. Bulldogs not quite ready to pack away the the chew toys and the shoulder pads just yet.
We didn't ask Ryan this at halftime, but I don't think we did. Was there a missed extra point or something? I wonder how Eds ended up at 41.
Had to be.
I mean, you would assume that unless they were
two field goals.
Aggressively went for two or something. But
it could be two field goals, but right now doesn't matter. It's inside of 8 minutes remaining, and it's a 6-point game. So basically, Bulldogs, your challenge: stop the Eagles' offense, get the ball back.
Easier said than done.
Well, yeah. I guess if you really got crazy, you could onside kick again, but element of surprise might be gone at this point since you just recovered one.
Wow. I mean, it's an incredible comeback, and now I think to look at it from the St. Ed's point of view, and again, do we have a sense of how much time is left in the fourth quarter?
Inside of like 8 minutes. 7 and a half.
So there's plenty of.
From St. Edward football, it's 3:33 left.
Whoa!
Eds with the ball, 3rd and 10. They just used a timeout.
Well, let's take a live look in at the Aurora game, Aurora and Hudson, and you see 2nd down and 9. Bubba Arslanian getting a little bit of a breather. You see time remaining is Aurora is now on Hudson's half of the field. 2nd down and 9, 3.5 minutes remaining. A little bit of a full house look, and looks like we're going to get a timeout. So we got a timeout on the field, but the Greenmen definitely, they're on Hudson's half of the field. So this is coming down to be a great finish in that one as well.
And a luxury there for Hudson to be able to call a timeout, having the lead. Now it looks like they're only going to have one remaining for the rest of the game, but with 3.5 minutes left, you're up by a touchdown. You can say, hey, wait a minute, we don't like this look, whether Arslanian's in the game or not. Take a timeout and get things set up defensively.
If you asked me to draw a picture of a guy named Bubba Arslanian, he would look like that guy we just saw walking off the field. That guy just lives up to the name, doesn't he?
Well, it's kind of funny. Had a chance to talk to him. He got bigger, faster, and stronger. So he literally put 20 pounds on.
From last year.
Yeah. He dropped like 0.3 of a second in his 40. He runs a 4.5. So let's check back in at take another live look in as Aurora. 2nd down and 9. Ball's at the 46-yard line of Hudson. Austin incomplete, so now 3rd down and 9. And you see Aurora, all 3 timeouts remaining, so if they want to run the football, they certainly can. A good look at their first-year starter at quarterback, senior Mac Austin, guy that's waited his turn to run this offense and has done outstanding.
Boy, the coverage on that one by Hudson, though, I mean, it was one-on-one, I guess, the receiver individually, but by the end of that, by the time the ball arrived, I mean, there were 3 other white shirts that were right there close to it. So nice job by the Explorers there.
And that's a good look at their wide receiver, Gavin Blunt. And he's their big play wide receiver. That's the way Austin is rolling. He's going to take a shot for Blunt. And it is defended very well, almost intercepted, and that's Esterbrook again. Evan Esterbeck, great coverage, and we've seen anytime we've looked in, that young man playing defensive back, number 19, Evan Westerbeck, has been covering Gavin Blunt and covering him like a blanket. Heck of a job.
Aurora was going in that direction at the end in the second quarter. Yep, a hit there. But remember how we talked about how that ball was just fluttering up there, and we wondered if that's the direction the wind is coming, if it's coming from that end zone, because that looked like the same thing. I mean, I don't know that he really underthrew that ball. It's just if the wind is blowing that way, I mean, that was a very dangerous scenario. How about this decision to punt with 3 minutes to go?
Again, you have all 3 timeouts. You pin them back, and you try to get good field position. And they're going to pin them back without question.
Certainly what you want. 6-yard
Roll
line.
out of the 6th.
And going back to that last play, that hit, you mentioned it, Dave.
It was Joe Sweet, linebacker, who hit the quarterback.
Austin wasn't able to set his feet. Was pretty much in the air when he threw that football because he had to get rid of it before the hit came. So you credit the defensive back for a nice play, but it's really the pressure and the hit that created that situation.
Yeah, their linebacking core is pretty good. Alex Beck, Joe Sweet, Matt Orzin, and that was Joe Sweet that came up with the hit. So You know what? With all 3 timeouts, I certainly get it. You're 4th and 9. If it was 4th and 3, 4th and 4, might have been a different decision. But 4th and 9, I don't think Bob Mihalik wanted to roll the dice with, that's only a 3:19 left.
And it's not as if Hudson's been scoring at will in this game. I mean, they got the touchdown to take the lead with 11 and a half minutes to go. Now you're 8 minutes later, and they've had you would presume that Aurora's had it a couple of times since then. So I don't think it's entirely crazy at all. As you said, with 3 timeouts, they're back on their own 6. Now, on the other side of things, if you're Hudson, get the first down. Just keep, this is the game right here, this possession essentially.
And it's, it'll be really interesting to see. I mean, that Aurora defense is very good at turning the ball over too. So do you make it one-dimensional? Or are they going to, now the one advantage they have is Grant Gagne, who we mentioned a couple of times, their kicker is he's banged up. He's not going to play. They do have their normal punter, Jonah Wieland. Defensive end / punter, now kicker. So it's an interesting combination. Anytime a guy comes out 99 and is kicking, it's kind of a goofy thing.
That's what you love in high school football and college football when guys have weird numbers like that.
There you go. Pillay pulls it on the little zone read, and he's out across the 50.
That's 11 yards, yep.
And actually, that's going to be Jackson Parker. They bring in Jackson Parker because he runs a little better than Colt Pillay. And a little setup, and big kid. He's a bigger kid, too. Ran over the defensive back, and they do, in fact, pick up the first down. Aurora hasn't used any of their timeouts yet, you see. So you're getting, and now they bring Colt Pillay back in. So that was predominantly because you knew they were going to potentially do some sort of run-pass option is why Jackson Parker's in. So second down, our 1st and 10 as we approach 2 minutes remaining in this game. Hudson trying to put it away. There's a little delay, and out across the 20 to the 21-yard line. And it'll be second down and about 6 or 7. So
now you make Aurora use those 3 timeouts.
Yep.
You just ate, some clock. Now you sit here and you make them use those 3 timeouts. I am curious if Hudson maybe takes a shot. We talked about Jeff Goff earlier being a little aggressive, going for 2 against Stowe, being aggressive in some other games we've followed this season. I wonder if there comes a point where this could be the down. Maybe you see if there's something there, and then you tell your quarterback if it's not open, just run the ball. Just run with the ball if the guy doesn't come open. But let's see what they do here on second down.
And which quarterback do you use to do that?
Well, the Jackson Parker is the guy they use when they want to run, and it's not strictly a run, but if they want their first option or a run, it's Parker. If they're looking to spread out and read the whole field, that's Colt Pillay. If it's strictly a run, it's William Wallace, and we haven't seen William Wallace play quarterback the last couple of weeks.
So Jackson Parker is your guy.
Yeah.
Because you would let him drop back, take a look. If anything is down there, take a shot at it, and if not, take off and run.
And literally,
and it doesn't even matter how many yards you get if you run with the ball.
It's literally, this is your option. If he's not open, tuck it and run.
Yeah.
That's about what you do because you can't get too crazy. You don't want to turnover. I mean that's the worst case scenario. So it'll be interesting to see.
Football.
2 minutes left. So.
A lot of pressure in all these decisions, and then you've got to ask a bunch of 16, 17, and 18-year-olds to go out and execute it.
No pressure here. We make these decisions all the time.
I know, it's easy for
4
us.
hours.
No problem.
4 hours every Friday night.
We got the
decisions.
heat. We got the heat turned on in here. Laptops in front of us. We're good.
So Hudson trying to knock out the #1 seed and advance to the regional final.
If Aurora does get it back, then I think one of the next questions is, how are they in a 2-minute offense? Because when we talk about the read option and are Slaney able to run the ball, a couple other guys being able to run the ball, but being in a situation where you've got to move and you need big plays and you need to be able to presumably throw the ball, how effective are the Greenmen going to be if they're able to get this back with any kind of time left?
I mean, when they've had to throw the ball, they've been pretty good at it. Again, Mac Austin, their quarterback's completing about 67% of his passes, and his touchdown to interception ratio heading into this game I think it was 13-2. So, he can do what you need him to do, He's effective.
I'd take that ratio.
Yeah, I think anybody would take that ratio.
You guys want a Stowe Eds update?
Hang on, here we go. And 1st and 10 as they got another first down. Aurora down to their final timeout. And that's Kevin Callahan, and there's Colt Pillay back in under center. So Jeff Goff,
I haven't used it yet.
Trying to get him to use that. And there's Jackson Parker as it's the quarterbacks kind of coming in, and that might indicate that this is going to be a quarterback running the football. But again, right now, 2nd down and 11, there's no hurry at all. If you're Bob Mihalik and you can stop him, you probably use the timeout there. They're just going to try to run the football with Kevin Callahan. This might be where you see that final timeout used. Let's see. And in fact, it is. So there you go. Minute 5 left. Really, Hudson close to kind of locking it down. But go ahead, the St. Ed's update.
All right, so Eds had gotten the ball down to the 13-yard line, attempted a field goal, blocked.
Oh! Wow.
So still 41-35. This is from the St. Edward football Twitter account. 1:49 left in the game.
Wow, so the Bulldogs have a chance. They'll have the football. And here,
spoiler alert,
from Dan Lobby's lips to video. So here it is, Mason Lawler trying to kick a field goal that would really make it a 2-score game, and it's deflected on the far side, and obviously the Stowe Bulldogs are loving that because it keeps it a 6-point game.
So they get it at the 20 then, is that?
It's
presumably if that would have been
because it would be a dead ball.
Assuming it went into the
right.
Into the
I mean, they were on the 10-yard line or the 11-yard line.
It would be moved out to the 20.
Zone. All right, so 1:47 left. Stowe with the ball. 80 yards to go, and only down 6. I mean, that's the thing. Did we ever track down where the missing point came from?
I'm curious.
Because that is, at the time, it could have been a 21-point game. Now all of a sudden that looms huge.
But you know what? Right now it doesn't matter. It's a 6-point game.
I know
they
it
have the ball
doesn't
they have the ball at the 20, 80 yards, and they've got arguably one of the best quarterbacks in the area running the offense. So
giving yourselves a chance.
If you were Mark Norrie, I think you'd probably take that.
Yeah, I think so.
Considering
the way that game started and the way that half ended.
Well, you know what? I think, if you told them at the beginning of the night, you're gonna have the ball, 80 yards to go with 1:47 left. If you score and you make the extra point, you're going to the regional final. I probably would have. I'd probably sign up for that
against the team that had a running clock on you.
Yeah.
Obviously, different group of kids, but a team that had a running clock on you in the regional final a year before.
Let's head back to Aurora and Hudson, 4th down and 10. And there is the punter, number 99, Jonah Wieland.
He doesn't even really look like a punter.
Okay. And so basically what it is he's an offensive tackle as well.
Okay.
So the right tackle, wearing 77 because you're not supposed to wear a 99 number. So 99
I thought we were doing
is
like a mid-game jersey swap or something.
His preferred number, 99. So the right tackle switches jerseys and becomes the punter.
Okay.
And that's legal.
Absolutely. Now the interesting thing is
he on your roster twice?
No,
he
isn't.
Under 77 and 99.
I don't think so.
Maybe it's like the old days when there used to be a different number at home as opposed to on the road. I don't know if you were ever in that situation. I was always on the end of the bench, so I got quite a bit of those where.
And so here it is. If you're Bob Mihalik, let's see. They look like they got 2, 4. They got a lot of guys at the line of scrimmage. Top of the screen. Let's see if he can get around the corner. There's Gavin Blunt. It's blocked well, and Whelan gets away a pretty good kick. So Blunt from his 30. Great coverage by Hudson. So there you have it, 20 seconds. No timeouts remaining.
He really didn't have anywhere to go.
No, the coverage was good.
He tried, and it's one of those where you say, why didn't he run forward 4 yards and at least get that? But he was trying to find a place to go, some sort of seam, and it just wasn't there.
There's our number 3, Joe Sweet, showing up again. That's the linebacker who put the big hit on Mac Austin. And there is Mac Austin coming in.
And the obvious here, the obvious thing is, you've got to throw it 10 yards down the field. You don't have time if you don't get the clock stopped on a first down. There's just
and even if
you've got to.
Even if you do, it only stops until the ball's set.
Right,
So
right.
you got to work downfield. A little bit of delayed pressure, hook and ladder attempt, and it's fumbled and brought down. It's a first down.
That works. So you got to line up right here.
You'll get a shot because that put it past midfield. So this will be it. Once the ball gets spotted, the clock will start. And Hudson might have.
It was a spike there, right?
Oh, they did spike it, yeah. So they spiked the ball. There you have it, 46-yard line, 11 seconds left. Austin going to the sidelines to get the play in.
Man, what a game.
Yeah, no kidding.
And we've got Stowe and St. Ed's coming down to the wire in Division I.
And you've got time to, you can go
I think you go
15 or
halfway.
so yards
yes.
here.
Yes. I don't think
You don't have to take your shot right now.
No, especially if they really are throwing into the wind the way that it looked.
The challenge would be you got to make sure you get out of bounds.
Right.
Anything in bounds could be an issue. Pressured. They set up the screen, and it is sniffed out.
That might do it
and
right
that's going to be
there.
the end of the game. And Hudson comes away with it, and Hudson beats the top seed in Division I Region 5. 14-7, Hudson advances with a win.
In the moment, you're a football player, you're going to catch that ball, but they may have almost been just as well served for Arslanian to drop that or to, I know there's intentional grounding, there's all these things that could happen, but man, that's an unfortunate way for Aurora to end it where, all right, you've got a play that probably worked for them all year, just dump it out to Arslanian and let him take off and go, but even in the middle of the field, he caught it with 5 seconds left. He didn't have enough time to even get out of bounds and try and stop the clock again. So now, on the other hand, great job by Hudson. They obviously had a very good defensive scheme, held to it, and it worked out for them tonight.
Well, let's check in as Division I, Region 1. It's St. Ed's and Stowe. Let's see how this one finishes up. It's a 41-35 lead for St. Ed's. Van Treese sacked. And it's a fumble, and it's recovered by the Eagles. And that's the final, 41-35. St. Ed's survives and advances to the regional final. And there it is.
The Holy War.
The matchup is that everyone was anticipating is, in fact, going to happen as St. Ignatius advances with the win over Solon as well.
I think you wanted either Solon Stowe or Eds Ignatius, right? If you had to pick your matchups, those were the two you wanted because obviously the Eds Ignatius rivalry and Solon Stowe have had such great battles. So you got one of the two matchups you wanted, I think, in that regional final. And Eds Ignatius Part 2 this year.
And we haven't gotten a lot of details yet on what happened with Solon and St. Ignatius. It was 21-3, I think was the last report that we had. But a couple of things on St. Ed's and Stowe. Credit Stowe for mounting a very valiant comeback attempt. They've got a lot of months, though, to think about the what if. The screenplay that turned into a touchdown, turnover and a touchdown in the first half, the missed tackles that we heard about. A lot of bad things happened for the Bulldogs in the first half. St. Ed's, on the other hand, you got blown out by your rival 2 weeks ago, came back and took care of business against Euclid. You've handled a very good Stowe Bulldogs team, which, again, minus the mistakes, very easily could have won this game tonight. Now you've got a shot to redeem yourself against your arch rival in St. Ignatius. Ignatius, though, man, they've looked awfully good. Even if it is revenge on the mind for St. Ed's, St. Ignatius has looked really good down the stretch.
Somebody's got to try and solve that offensive line still, and I don't know who it's going to be.
Let's head to the phones. Dan King joins us with an update on Chardon and Warren Harding. Dan, what's going on with the Raiders and the Hilltoppers?
Hey guys, the game's over. Warren Harding won 49-31. I spoke to you guys at halftime about Lynn Bowden, and it carried over to the second half, I believe. Yes, he finished with 25 carries for 370 yards on the ground. He had 6 touchdowns on the ground and also threw a touchdown pass.
Well, he had a pretty busy night, so he was involved in all 7 touchdowns for Warren Harding. What stuck out about the Raiders? Warren Harding will now play Hudson in the Division II Region 5 regional final next week. What really jumped out about the Raiders, Dan?
Well, on offense, it really is just Bowden. It seems like he makes all the plays. On defense, though, I was impressed with Warren Harding's speed. When Chardon, as you said earlier, runs the wing tee, but they do kind of use it to set up the pass. And whenever they did, it would surprise Warren Harding, but they were always able to sort of gather themselves and come back and make a play on the ball, even though they initially may have gotten beaten a little bit. So I was impressed that Warren Harding wasn't giving up the big play, even though it was there sometimes.
All right, we appreciate it. Dan King, once again, the final score 49-31. Warren Harding advances. They will play the Hudson Explorers in the Division II Region 5 regional final. Let's check in with a Division I Region 4 live look in Coleraine and St. Xavier. And look at that, tied at 23. 3rd down and 5 for St. Xavier. Ball near midfield. And that is Sean Clifford, the quarterback for St. Xavier, who is headed to Penn State. He's been banged up all year, and it's dropped. Intended for one of his really good receivers. That's Micah Farr. And Farr's the leading receiver for the St. Xavier Bombers. 4th down and 5. And let's see if they decide to. Looks like the offense was staying on the field. That's a play Farr usually makes. Had a chance to see him play against the St. Ignatius Wildcats, and in fact, they do bring the punt team on, and a nice kick, high driving spiral. And the ball's fumbled, and it looks like Xavier got on top of it at the 23.
Boy, what an interesting
Oh,
season.
no, look at that. They say Coleraine comes up with it.
Well,
and they did. It's a good call.
We're a couple 100 miles away, so I guess it's a little tougher for us to make that judgment. It certainly looked like St. X had come up with it, but what an interesting season for them, 5-5 to get into the playoffs.
He fought that ball out of his arms.
And that's Ohio State recruit Amer Reap who comes up with it, number 1, one of the top DBs in the country. You see the little arm strength as he just ripped that away. You mentioned St. Xavier's record. They played the toughest. There are people who rank that, and they played the toughest schedule in the country. They played, a team from California beat them in week 1. They lost to Warren Central, and there's Ladeker knocked down at the line of scrimmage. They lost to Warren Central on a fluky last play with no time left. That was a 42-yard touchdown pass. And Warren Central is a team that's also ranked in the top 25 in the country.
And they lost in overtime to Coleraine in the second week of the season. And again, of course, it's all about the teams that you actually do beat.
Right.
And their strength of schedule. So they beaten Menor, they beat Moeller, they beat Elder, they beat another St. Xavier
from Louisville,
out of Louisville, Kentucky.
Ladeker throws that one away, 3rd down and 10. And Ladeker's a guy that, he came back a couple weeks ago. He's been banged up. So both of these teams have fought through having their starting quarterback banged up. And a good look at Tom Bolton, that's the head coach of Coleraine. And with Coleraine, St. Xavier has been about the only team that's forced them to throw the football. That's the secret to the success. If you can make them throw the football, Ladeker can run.
Wow.
And he's close to the 1st down.
Did you see how quickly he took off?
Yeah.
I mean, that was noticeable that, hey, I've got a hole and I'm going to run. And this isn't just, I'm the quarterback running. This is a guy that looks like he could have won the 100-meter dash in the state championship for track.
And he's a guy, they'll play him at running back, they'll play him at wide receiver. He is their starting quarterback, though. Ladeker, and a nice catch. That one snared by Darian Beavers.
Fingertip grab.
Yeah.
Took a shot, too.
Well, that was like, can you not run me into the defender, please? But yeah, it's a heck of a grab by Beavers. Picked up 9, so it's 2nd down and 1. Again, Colerain, top-ranked team in the state. They're the 1st seed in Division I Region 4. The 5th seed is St. Xavier, tied at 23. 2nd down and 1, little drive option, and there's Caldwell. That's the big fullback, and that is what St. Xavier does. They play a 3-3 stack. Steve Speck, their coach, is basically the guru of that defense, and if you try to run on it, unless your name is St. Ignatius and you've got Division I linemen, good luck running against this defense.
I think what's interesting, up until that play, Colerain's been very aggressive. They were attacking St. X on this drive, even though it's tied late.
Incomplete, so it brings up a 4th down and 9. Nice coverage defensively for St. Xavier, as it was Carl Grimm right there making the play defensively for St. Xavier.
And I guess what I'm trying to say is, as opposed to saying, well, it's tied, let's just make sure we don't turn it over. I mean, they came out, they were trying to go down the field and win right there.
I want to remind people that are watching us on Time Warner Cable Sports Channel in Southwest Ohio, you can see this game in its entirety on Channel 1310 right now live. Fair catch called for and made by St. Xavier, and a nice job of grabbing that. So that was Cameron Specht, really good return man for the Bombers. So if you're St. Xavier, it's right there for you, and want to welcome the people who have watched Hudson defeat Aurora 14-7 to advance to the Division II Region 5 regional final, where the Explorers will play Warren Harding and their do-everything quarterback Lynn Bowden. Bowden threw for 6 touchdowns tonight, ran for 6 touchdowns, threw for a 7th in the 49-31 win of Warren Harding over Chardon. So how about them Bombers? That's a heck of a game. 2 really good football games that we've been having live look-ins with for Time Warner Cable Sports Channel in Colerain Xavier tied at 23 and Hudson beating Aurora 14-7.
Yeah, and I think after watching Hudson and the way they clearly game planned well to slow down a very run-centric Aurora team, it makes that matchup next week fairly interesting.
So here we go. Sean Clifford, he is a Division I recruit headed to Penn State. He's the quarterback. And nice job of avoiding the pressure. And then look at that. Turns upfield, picks up the 1st down. And Colerain fortunate that they didn't get popped with a hit late. But, you know.
Well, one of their guys backed off. I mean, they had him for maybe a 1 or 2 yard gain. Watch if they show this again, but it looked like he was going to go out of bounds, so you could see the defender pull up so that he doesn't hit him there.
He didn't pull up. He didn't catch him. He faked him.
Did a little pump fake even though he's past the line of scrimmage and put a little okey doke in there.
That's Steve Specht, head coach, not happy with that lack of protecting his quarterback. But he got banged up in their first game against that team from California, and really has been banged up all season. Whoa! That would be called a really
movement somewhere.
If you're going to get
unabated to the quarterback.
If you're going to get called for offsides, make it that is getting your money worth.
Yes.
Get your money's worth, young man.
You don't even need to go through all this. We saw what happened. Just move the football and play.
He's trying not to laugh. The referee's trying not to laugh.
That poor center. He's the
wrestling coach for Colerain's going to want this. This is a takedown. Look at that. He wants that man on the mat for him here in a couple of weeks. So 1st down and 5 from midfield for the Bombers. Clifford sacked. Nice job defensively. Getting up and making the play for the Colerain Cardinals is their defensive backs. That's Ivan Pace Jr. and Lorenzo Kendricks. Pace Jr., the first man there, and then Kendricks kind of celebrating with him after the sack.
I like the quarterback's willingness to step up in the pocket.
And
The
there's
line just
running
didn't quite hold
Clifford.
up.
First down again is Sean Clifford, showing that he is a really good athlete, and a nice job by Sean Clifford trying to catch his breath there. So the student section starting to feel it, and take a look as avoids that, some strength there to avoid the sack, and then just showing his athleticism. First down, gets out of bounds, fresh set of downs. So you see 1:25 to go in the fourth quarter, tied at 23, St. Xavier trying to knock off the #1 seed, nationally ranked Coleraine, and nothing different for the Bombers. They're used to playing nationally ranked teams. Clifford swings it out to Cameron Specht, and he is swallowed up as Kyle Bolden, not having any of that, makes the tackle.
Xavier's in control here because Coleraine only has one timeout, so Xavier starts to get into the red zone and threaten. Coleraine can't really stop the clock. Xavier can kind of do whatever they want here.
There's Clifford, and he is sacked.
That's
nice
not what
job.
you want to do, though.
Nice job.
Well, and I think you use a timeout, too, if you're St. Xavier. Right?
Keontae Jones.
But they're not, though.
With the sack there. Nice
it,
job.
It looks like Coleraine has the middle of the field contained. I mean, everything that St. Xavier has done that's been positive, they've worked it to the outside. You see a face mask?
Almost. It looked like he got kind of
around
the side
the neck
of it
a little
there.
bit.
That's all right. So no call.
Oh, now well, that's interesting. Xavier took a timeout, but what was
It's
that,
third and
11
10.
or 12 seconds. They let a few seconds run off the clock right there.
So it's 3rd down and 10, and they probably need about 20, 25 yards to get into legitimate field goal range.
Well, now they're back on their own side of the field.
Yeah.
After that sack, where are they? The 48 or so?
Yeah, they're
48, 47 yards.
You do have the 2 timeouts left.
20. If you get to the 25, 42 yards is
you take your shot
within the range. Yeah. Kevin Rockwood is their kicker, although they do use Broomer on some longer kicks. So they have 2 guys listed. One's a more accurate, one's a deeper kicker. So it'll be interesting to see.
Well, the other reason you take your shot too, and Chuck Kyle talks about this, is if you kick a long field goal and you have a guy that has a leg, in high school football, it's a touchback. If it goes out of the end zone or it goes into the end zone. So you're willing to take a shot on that longer field goal. It's something Chuck Kyle has done for years. He'll take shots on those long field goals because he knows you're not getting the ball at midfield, you're getting it at the 20.
Right now it's to get into range. Yeah, they're right at the 49. So if they can get, it's 3rd and 18 now, little middle screen to far, and no, that's not going to work. So there it is. It's 4th down. Probably it'll be interesting to see. Do you let the clock run a little bit?
No,
they call the timeout. So now you're gonna have to punt.
And why not? I mean, they moved the ball on that last possession on the first couple of plays. Again, they went to overtime during the regular season. 34 seconds away from it here in the playoffs.
Yeah, and it's kind of interesting is Coleraine scored 14 in the second quarter in that game. They had a 14-0 lead. Xavier scored 14 in the third quarter. Nobody scored into the fourth. And then it was a 13-yard touchdown run by Ladeker, the quarterback, that won it in overtime, 20-14. So it appears that they're headed to overtime again.
Well, you got 34 seconds left. Let's not jump to any conclusions, right? We've seen enough interesting things.
You got to punt the ball, too. You got to get that punt away. You never know what can happen.
Point taken, but I'm thinking they're going to overtime, though.
You know these teams better than we do, so I'll take your word for it on that.
So how about that? You saw kind of what was going on with it. And Joshua Glazer is their kicker, and he is very, very good. Saw him kick for against the St. Ignatius Wildcats. That one's off his foot. It's going to take a really nice roll, and it's going to be downed at the half-yard line.
So now you can't even take a knee.
Dicey right there. They didn't wind the clock, though.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. There's a couple of things now. Holding in the end zone is a safety. A bad snap and the quarterback's knee goes down is a safety. There's all kinds of problems now with the ball being backed up this far, and that's Micah Farr, the wide receiver, is the guy that downs it, And a nice job. I thought his foot might have been on the line.
Fortunate.
If you're the coach on that sideline, you're like, all right, it's far enough.
Down it.
Far
down
enough.
It, down it. He's a heck of a kicker. He was kicking the ball into the wind, and he's turning the ball over and getting spirals. The game that I did against St. Ignatius.
Now, if you're Coleraine, what are you doing? Are you taking a shot, or what?
No,
what are you?
You're trying to make sure you don't get a safety.
I'm telling my quarterback, put his head down, get as far away, get as far as you can.
That's exactly what they're going to do.
Now, if you're St. Xavier, though, or do you take the timeout? Sure.
They did.
Yeah.
Quickly.
You know, the time did not run on the punt. If that's accurate, it was at 34 seconds the whole time. I don't know if that's just the graphics not keeping up, or if
that's
it's
not linked up.
Okay,
so
I wasn't sure how it was done there.
So a nice job up front. There you go.
All right, 28 seconds. Winner plays Cincinnati, Sycamore, or Mason, who are in the other piece of that region.
Yep. And those are two teams from the GMC, I believe, which is Colerane's conference. St. Xavier's from the GCL South, which that has Moeller, LaSalle, and Elder. So that's a brutal, brutal conference for football. There are the Coleraine Cardinals.
Xavier can set up. Oh, okay, they just changed the timeout
they only
situation
have one.
and the
9
clock.
seconds.
So now you got 9 seconds on one timeout. I was
Yeah,
going
but
to say
this
maybe
is
they could
still-
force a punt out of the end zone, but that can't
Still
happen
a
now.
perilous situation for Coleraine. I mean, how far did they get on that play? Did they get a yard?
Nah, not very. I mean, the one thing is you know, I think at this point in time, and you see the clock's adjusted again, just 9 seconds remaining. So
make them run 2 plays if you can, right?
Absolutely. Again,
make them snap the ball 2 times.
Can you imagine winning a playoff game on a
botch snap,
last
or a
second
safety,
safety? Right.
No, they're not. They didn't get anything, and that Ladeker's just. See, the advantage they have is Ladeker's a big kid, and he can kind of lean forward, and it's almost like they're trying to clock the thing.
See, I would make them do it one more time,
Right.
but it looks like
They let it run out.
Let it run out, and they'll go to overtime.
Okay.
So, second time this year, Coleraine and Xavier have played, and that's Steve Specht, the St. Xavier head coach. And it will be the second time this year that St. Xavier and Coleraine will go to overtime. Difference this time, the winner advances to the regional final, and the loser's season is over. So the finality of overtime is, I mean, it's brutal in the playoffs. So
again, I'm glad I'm sitting here right now and not wearing one of those helmets. Nerves or stomach's churning, and that's what makes it fun, though.
Yeah, and you know what? You wouldn't really expect anything less. That's become a very, very good rivalry in Cincinnati with Coleraine and St. Xavier. And we're going to step aside and take a quick time out. You're watching the Friday Night Huddle here on Time Warner Cable Sports Channel and cleveland.com. We'll be right back after this timeout.
Before I decided to go back to Tri-C to become a nurse, I was a stay-at-home mom. Absolutely wanted to be a pediatric nurse. I love taking care of kids. If you're thinking about changing your career or changing your path, go to Cuyahoga Community College. I feel like I'm in a great place in my life. I have 3 great kids. I have a great job that I love. I could not have done it without Tri-C. My name is Diana Geary. I earned my nursing degree from Cuyahoga Community College.
Just as athletes need proper sleep for optimum performance, so do fans. To be your best, you need your rest on a properly fitted mattress from Mattress Warehouse. A good night's sleep on the right mattress prepares you for whatever the day throws at you. Visit Mattress Warehouse for a custom sleep assessment, and we'll help you find the right mattress for a great night's sleep and a productive day. Sleep like a champion, play like a champion with the perfect mattress from Mattress Warehouse.
Wednesday nights, more sports, and Les Levine is live at 6. Then at 7, Access Crew SC. And at 7:30, High School Blitz Preview. It all starts Wednesday night at 6. Follow us on social media at TWC Sports OH. Across town and across the region, this is where fans belong. Time Warner Cable Sports Channel.
The Emmy Award-winning High School Sports Insider features Ohio's best high school sports stories.
For 17 years, the High School Sports Insider has been spotlighting role models, students, outstanding athletes, and the Buckeye State's best teams. In-depth features from all sports, all school year long. For the best high school sports coverage, make sure you tune into the High School Sports Insider each and every week on Time Warner Cable Sports Channel.
As World Heavyweight Champion, Clevelander, and spokesman for Nature Stone, we'd like to present you with our own award.
Wow, it's awesome.
We had it made ourselves. It's made of...
Not the award, the floor.
Oh, it's Nature Stone.
Installed over concrete, Nature Stone flooring is tough, durable, long-lasting, and beautiful. Act now and get up to 50% off.
This is the only time you'll see me on the floor.
To schedule your free in-home consultation, go to naturestone.com today.
Football fans, huddle up. Friday nights are about to change forever with Friday Night Huddle. From pregame to postgame and everything in between, Friday Night Huddle is the place for Ohio football action. Combining the resources of cleveland.com, Classic Teleproductions, and Time Warner Cable Sports Channel, Friday Night Huddle gives you unprecedented coverage. You can be part of the action. Get updates as they happen. On cable, online, and on point. Friday Night Huddle.
There is a place where dreams arise. Stars are born. And greatness is made. What you live for lives here. Time Warner Cable Sports Channel.
Here we go. Overtime in the Queen City, Cincinnati. A little toss pitch, and a nice job of sniffing that out by the Xavier defense. So it will be the second play. Second down. Again, the way this works is you get the ball to 20. You have, it's basically football from there. You either score. If it goes over on downs, it goes to the opposing team. You get it up to 25, actually. So here it is, second down and 12, and Caldwell, not much running room, is the big fullback. Manilow Caldwell picks up a couple, third and long. You can kick a field goal.
You know, one of the things we've seen is, here's a run, here's kind of an inside run, right? Gains yardage. Last couple plays we saw that option, Xavier was all over it. We saw the toss to start overtime there. Xavier was all over it. It seems like these slow developing outside plays aren't really the way to go against this Bombers defense.
Well, they do the 3-3 stack, so they've got 5 DBs, but a couple of those safeties are really kind of safety linebacker hybrids. Ledecker, play action, throws back across the middle. It's almost picked off, incomplete. A nice job defensively for St. Xavier. And
almost hit the official. He's upset that was...
Yeah, he's telling
got in the way.
Excuse me, could you get out of the way, please? So if that's intercepted, the ball basically goes over to St. Xavier, and that ends the possession. So now 4th and 7, and it will be interesting to see what Coleraine does. They're going to try a field goal. So they did miss 2 field goals in the first game against St. Xavier. Snap, set, are good. The kick's no good. He pushed it. So now St. Xavier makes a field goal, and they win and they advance. So the Xavier cheering section, the student section, feeling pretty good as Coleraine misses a field goal attempt.
23 or 33 yards.
33 yards.
33 yards, yeah.
So there it is. The Bombers defense does what it needs to do. Now, if the offense can capitalize, they're moving on.
Well, and it looked like based on the last possession that we saw, the key for St. X is to be able to get to the outside somewhere, because at least from that last possession that when we did the live look in, it appeared that Coleraine had everything wrapped up in the middle, and you just got to get outside of you got to get way outside of the sideline, basically. We'll see if St. X is able to do that here.
So 1st and 10 from the 20, Clifford taking a shot, wide open, touchdown. And Xavier is moving on as Nick Moeller grabs it for the touchdown. The Bombers knock out the top seed Coleraine. Clifford to Moeller. And it is a 29-23 final. St. Xavier pulls off the upset. The Bombers are moving on to the regional final, and Steve Speck has to be thrilled. They'll face the 7 seed Sycamore. So St. Xavier, the 5th seed, playing the 7th seed Sycamore for the right to head to the state semis next week. Congratulations to Steve Speck and his St. Xavier Bombers.
Use the word upset loosely there, though. You've mentioned it, that they played maybe the toughest schedule in the country. They went to overtime with Coleraine before and came up on the short end that time. They get their revenge tonight.
And, you know, Steve Speck is one of those guys. All you need to know about Steve Speck, folks in Northeast Ohio will appreciate this. Chuck Kyle coached USA football's national team a few years back. His first phone call was to Steve Speck to be his defensive coordinator. So that and those two are extremely close. That's the type of guy he is. That's the type of coach he is. He and Chuck Kyle are among the best in the country as far as high school football coaches go. So happy for St. Xavier, happy for the Bombers.
Yeah. Well, what a matchup, though, with Coleraine going to overtime twice in the same season. Now the only loss that Coleraine suffers. And we saw that Sycamore, the 7 seed, able to beat Mason tonight, and that's going to be their next opponent, 20-7, the final score in that one.
Well, I mentioned Chuck Kyle. His St. Ignatius Wildcats advanced with a win over the Solon Comets in the regional semifinal. They'll head to play St. Ed's in the regional final. Let's listen in and Chuck Kyle.
All right, Coach Kyle, you knew you had a tough task tonight against Solon. What really helped unite your team throughout the game?
Well, one, I think the defense was, you know, we gave up a couple plays, but we were still, at halftime, they only scored 3 points. So that was good. We made a few adjustments. And then really getting the field goal was nice. We're up 24. They hit a big play, but the offense responded very nicely and got that pass play for the touchdown. That pretty much put us in it. So it was a combination, some good defense, and the offense hit some important plays.
And then you really looked like you got the running game going. What really helped establish that?
Well, you keep worrying. They're a very good defense, and they're moving, they're slanting, they're twisting, and just being patient. We kept trying to tell the running backs, be patient, read it, and the seam may not be exactly where it's designed, but keep your eyes open and make a cut, and a couple times that really helped.
All right, Coach, good luck for the rest of the playoffs, and thank you.
Thank you very much.
And there you have it, St. Ignatius taking on St. Edward. A rematch, one I'm sure St. Ed's probably wanted, as it did not go the way they wanted to in that last game of the regular season, where St. Ignatius opened up a big lead and really had their way with St. Ed's. Patrick Ryan, quarterback for the St. Ignatius Wildcats, leads them to the regional final. Let's hear from Patrick Ryan.
We just found a way, and they were letting the quarterback runs go pretty freely, and our line just made some great blocks downfield.
All right, and then you in particular, you were able to run the ball quite a bit, really find some open holes. How did that help the offense?
Just able to get first downs. We're big on sustaining drives. That's kind of our thing. We're not that much of a big play offense, but just able to get first downs, keep the drives moving, keep the defense off the field. They're working very hard, but we like to make sure that they're healthy.
And then obviously the play calling too. You had some good running backs in the backfield, and also Travis Pocket had touchdown on the end around. It really helped get you guys into a rhythm.
We got some athletes on the edge that sometimes don't get as much attention as they might deserve, because we're running offense, and Mark and Dean do a great job. They're doing a great job to shoulder the load and Jimmy out, and so when our receivers make plays, it's a big deal for us.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, Patrick Ryan, and that's an important thing to note about Patrick Ryan. He can run if he needs to, and if you force him to run, he will beat you. If you bring an extra guy in the box to try to counteract that big offensive line, he'll beat you down the field. That's what he did against St. Xavier. They're a handful. They really are. I mean, Solon's a really good football team, and you saw the score there. St. Ignatius is the real deal.
You know, I think on this show we've talked about maybe the two favorites in that region were St. Ignatius and Solon. Obviously Stowe and St. Edward were going to have a say in it. St. Edward will have a say in it next week. But there's St. Ignatius really taking it to Solon tonight and beating a very good Comets football team.
But again, if you're St. Ed's, it's great to say, hey, well, we've got revenge on our minds and we don't forget what happened a couple of weeks ago. But, man, it is – I don't know that any of us maybe expect that it'll be, what was it, 42 to 30? What was the final score?
Yeah,
it was, a lopsided result as it was. But you just named all the reasons. It will be a tall task for St. Ed's this season to come out in front of St. Ignatius, especially the way that they've been playing the second half of the season.
Well, and give Coach Tom Lombardo some credit. I'm sure, you see them in person, and it's a little different than watching them on tape. And you also now have seen what they want to do against you. So there's that. But, there's some things that you really have to figure out. How are you going to deal with that line? That offensive line is, it's a problem because they are that big, that physical, and that good.
Well, now another way to look at this perhaps is look at what St. Ed did to Stowe tonight. All right, I think if we look at things and say if it was a quote-unquote clean game played by both teams, maybe it comes out differently. Again, it was a 6-point St. Ed victory. So could Stowe have been the better team without missing tackles, without throwing the screen pass that was picked up as a fumble and run in for a touchdown to make it 14-0 early in the game? Absolutely. But St. Ed's, to their credit, capitalized on those mistakes by the Bulldogs. So if St. Ignatius makes some mistakes next week, that's the biggest thing for St. Ed's, is to look at it and say, okay, we're not the 2014 and 2015 St. Ed's Eagles. We need to capitalize even more so on those errors. And so I think, looking at it from that standpoint and what they were able to do against Stowe tonight leaves the door open for St. Ed's next week.
The other thing is you have to force St. Ignatius into those mistakes. So it'll be interesting to see. Right now, St. Ed's is thrilled because they're back to that point. All you ask for at that point, give us a chance, and let's see what happens. So,
St. Ignatius, though, has that cheat code, that great offensive line. It just makes everything else on that offense better. Your quarterback has time to do what he wants. Your running backs have gigantic holes to run through, and we saw that. Your quarterback and your running backs can make guys miss today, too, once they get through that line. That line is so big and so good. It just changes the way a defense has to play you.
Well, and your quarterback, first year as a starter, Patrick Ryan, has shown the one game that he didn't play well in, that he turned the ball over in, was their loss. When he takes care of the football, and that's a learning, that's a learning thing. And I'm sure, Nick Restifo's the offensive coordinator. He has been with Chuck Kyle since he took the job back in 1982. He's been his offensive coordinator. That's how long these two have been together. They've seen everything you could possibly see in high school football. And I'm sure that was a teaching point. Look, you take care of the ball, we're really hard to beat.
Yeah.
You get careless with the ball, all of a sudden we're not invincible. So that's the secret to success pretty much at any level. Take care of the football.
Yeah. And in high school football especially, you don't have to necessarily be a great quarterback. You just have to be a quarterback that understands the weapons he has, the people around him, and not make mistakes. Sort of that game manager type of thing. I know that's always kind of a label you don't want to throw on a quarterback, but sometimes in high school football, when you've got talent around you, that's enough.
And there's a lot of talent. Start up front, the wide receivers and the DBs. The other one, we'll shift gears a little bit. The Division II game, Hudson Explorers, it's a nice win. That's a really nice win. And really, if you would have told me that defense was going to hold Aurora to 7 points, I'm not sure I'd have believed you. That's a program type statement when you can come up and do that.
All right, now Lynn Bowden had
that's a program wrecker.
Well, right. He had six rushing touchdowns
touchdowns,
and one passing touchdown tonight in the win over Chardon.
And
For Warren.
375 yards rushing.
And that's the next opponent for Hudson.
Correct.
And were we going to break when I threw that out there? I want to say when I said, hey, this is based on what Hudson did tonight against Aurora, with all the different ways that the Greenmen can beat you and run with different guys and the read option and all these things. I just said, hey, that could be some sort of similarity to what Warren Harding has. And I heard, whoa, no way, it's Lynn Bowden. But it's only one guy.
But here's the thing.
All right?
Here's
but
the,
I'm just
one
saying,
guy who does about 4 things really well.
I understand that, but they game plan for Aurora and it works. So why can't the Explorers do something similar to at least slow him down more than Chardon was able to?
Because you can't simulate his athleticism and his speed, and once he gets out of the pocket, that's game over for the defense.
Did you get some more Mr. Football emails in the last 20 minutes or so?
That's what people are telling me. If he breaks contain, he is freakishly good athlete, game over.
And you can't kick to him either.
Right.
There's so many. It's not just the quarterback play. They can line him up at receiver. They can line him up at running back. He returns kicks and scores. He does so many things. He could be the best player on the field at multiple positions, not just at that one position.
Want to welcome everybody from all across the Buckeye State to Time Warner Cable Sports Channel. Dan Lobby from cleveland.com, Dave Scozen, Dave Bacon. Glad you joined us here on the Friday Night Huddle, regional semifinal action. And let's take a look at how things stack up. We begin Region 1 of Division 1, Division 1, Region 1. St. Ignatius, the 4 seed, it's misleading. They defeat Solon, and they advance. It sets up a rematch of the St. Ignatius-St. Edward game that will be a rematch of Week 10. That's likely the game you'll see here on Time Warner Cable Sports Channel live next weekend in Northeast Ohio. And let's go to Division 1, Region 2. Olentangy Liberty ends the Cinderella story of Medina as they defeat the Bees, and Lorraine keeps the train rolling. The Titans were down 14-6 at halftime. They rally, and it'll be Lorraine and Olentangy Liberty for the Division 1 Region 2 final. The Wayne Warriors defeat Dublin Kaufman, so the number 1 seed Wayne will face Pickerington Central. That should be a great Division 1 Region 3 regional final as Wayne and Pickerington Central match up. And in a game you saw here on Time Warner Cable Sports Channel, Division 1 Region 4, St. Xavier defeats Coleraine in overtime on a touchdown pass from Sean Clifford to Nick Moeller. And they will face Sycamore. How about Sycamore? The 7th seed beats the 2nd seed Lebanon, beats Mason. Now they face St. Xavier in the Division 1 Region 4 final. Let's move on to Division 2, Region 5. You saw Hudson 14-7. They upset the first-seeded Aurora Greenmen. And then we were talking about Lynn Bowden. Lynn Bowden from Warren Harding ran for 6 touchdowns, threw for another as Warren Harding scored 49 in their win. Division 2, Region 6. And as we see, Anthony Wayne ends the Cinderella story of the 8th seed Avon Lake. And Olmsted Falls, the 6th seed, with that running attack, advances to the regional final. So it's Anthony Wayne and Olmsted Falls. Division 2, Region 7. Perry, the Panthers, there's a Federal League team. They defeat Franklin Heights, the top seed. Perry made it all the way to the state championship game last year against LaSalle. They will face New Albany, who gets by Dublin Scioto, to advance to the regional final in Region 7. Miamisburg, the 4th seed, takes out the top seed Troy. They will face LaSalle as LaSalle trying to get back to the Division 2 state championship game. The defending champs face Miamisburg. Let's head to Division 6, Region 21. There it is, the rematch everybody in Northeast Ohio has been waiting for. Cuyahoga Heights will face Kirtland as Cuyahoga Heights took apart a pretty good St. Thomas Aquinas team. You can be sure Tiger Laverty and the Hornets have been waiting for Cuyahoga Heights since they beat them 21-0 in the regular season. Region 22, Patrick Henry, the top seed, moves on. They beat Liberty Center Ayersville defeats Winford, so it's the first seed and the third seed in Region 22 in that regional final. In Region 23, Newark Catholic beats Bishop Reedy, and Newark Catholic always a factor in Division 6. They will face Fort Fry in the Region 23 regional final. Marion Local defeats St. Henry. That's a MAC matchup. Those two teams in the same conference. Marion Local loaded, and they will face Mechanicsburg, who got by Jefferson in that regional semifinal. So Marion Local and Mechanicsburg. We're going to step aside and take one more final time out here on the Friday Night Huddle as folks are getting ready for highlights from across the state coming up on Time Warner Cable Sports Channel on the Varsity Blitz. So don't go anywhere. You can see highlights from all the games that we have been talking about all night long. And we will be back for one more final segment here on the Friday Night Huddle. Along with Dan Lobby from cleveland.com and Dave Scozen, I'm Dave Bacon. We'll be right back after this quick timeout on Time Warner Cable Sports Channel and cleveland.com.
Hey guys, hey Matt Neal, it's Marissa. Hey guys, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, can Matt Neal hear me? One, two. Hey guys. Hello.
I'm just teasing.
Thank you. Is Harrison there? Can I hear Harrison? Okay, hello. I can hear you as well. That works. Okay. Yeah. Ignatius is 4 and Ed's is 2.
Who said that?
So it's oh, Staple, I have no idea. Sorry, I didn't look up Staple stuff.
I've been wrong before.
They're going to win a state championship in your year.
Now that Avon's out of the way.
Okay, you can kill her mic for now, and then when we come back, we do it.
Welcome back to the Friday Night Huddle here on Time Warner Cable Sports Channel and cleveland.com. Along with Dan Lobby and Dave Scozen, I'm Dave Bacon. Guys, what grabs your attention from these games just in the early going?
Go ahead.
Olmsted Falls. I think to look at, and that's your upside down bracket, but it's a Division II Region 6, to look and say they were going to be in the third round and taking on Anthony Wayne from White House over in suburban Toledo. I mean, I think that in itself, that matchup, there's no Avon, there's no Grafton Midview, there's no Westlake, who Olmsted Falls beat tonight. Avon Lake is out of the picture. I think just that matchup alone is a surprise.
I just think now that we have clarity on Region 1, right? That's the region that we've been talking about all year long as one of the best regions in the state, just a stacked region. Even the teams that didn't make it into the playoffs, a team like Menor, for example, just a completely stacked region. Now it plays out to what else? St. Edward versus St. Ignatius. After all of that,
yeah, without question. The interesting thing I think is kind of how Division II stacks up, and the Hudson Explorers again. Really impressed with the way they beat a really good Aurora Greenman team that hadn't lost since week 1 against Solon, and obviously their head coach Jeff Goff pretty excited about the way his defense and his team responded tonight.
So a 14-7 game. I'm sure that's exactly the way you guys imagine this game finishing up, right?
Well, we definitely
Close. I thought it'd probably be a little bit more of a shootout. That's a tremendous offense. And our defense came ready to play. Fought through some adversity there with a couple of those long drives second half. And then just the way our offense responded. And I think you got to take notice of Jonah Wheeland, our punter. He's been doing that all season, and I think he's probably the MVP of this game.
You touched on it, the importance of the quick strike response right after they scored. How important was that for your team?
That's huge. That's what we've seen in fourth quarters from our offense. We're trying to get away to how do we do that consistently, but great call by our offensive coordinator, Sean Surtee, and then the adjustments defensively to cut down some of those big run plays they had. That was great by our defensive coordinator, Ian Koss.
Aside from the one drive where you helped them with 35 yards of penalties, defense played really well.
Obviously, Jeff Goff thrilled with the way his team responded, and Jonah Wheeland, the punter, in a close game, field position always is important.
Yeah, and Hudson is always so good in special teams too. Always, every single year, just good at special teams. And a game like that, Coach Goff said it. He expected a shootout. It wasn't a shootout. So credit to Hudson for kind of adjusting their plan and figuring out a way to win.
Well, another Division II team that did well. You touched on it, Olmsted Falls. And anytime you talk Olmsted Falls, you're going to talk about a big running back, Spencer Linville, 5 touchdowns tonight. Spencer was getting it done.
Amazing. I love it. We knew we were a good team, and we just want to see how far we can go with this.
How motivated were you guys to flip the result from the week 2 when those guys barely beat you guys?
It's an amazing feeling. We thought we were a better team week 2. We came out overexcited. We didn't play to our level, and we showed today that we were the better team and we could play above teams below us.
How do you feel your running style helps on a night like this, against a team like that?
It's amazing. I think my running style is hard-nosed. I'll smack you in the mouth before you can smack me, and it just wears teams down, and they don't want to play in the fourth quarter with me. So I can go all day.
All right. Yeah. How are you feeling right now?
I'm fantastic. I can go another round.
All right.
Oh, I love that kid. Just got some new members of the Spencer Linville fan club, didn't we?
I tell you what, he looks like an offensive lineman. More importantly, he sounds like an offensive lineman. I guarantee you the offensive line loves blocking for that guy.
I guarantee you're right. And Olmsted Falls, I mean, you asked what jumped out at me, and the fact that they were there with Anthony Wayne in that region in Division II. But I think really when you step back and look at all of Division II, so Aurora's out. Avon, who was number 1 in the last AP poll in Division II, they're out. Perry is still there, and we talked about they got Massillon Perry. They got all the way to the state championship game last year. I mean, it really is a wide open scenario, except maybe for Massillon Perry showing, hey, this was not a fluke. I mean, you don't get to the state final on a fluke. But they're legitimate. Keith Wakefield's been the coach there more than once and forever on top of that.
Well, he left and came back,
right.
But that's another
retired and came
That's
back,
another
right?
one of the wing T type deals. So, one of our student reporters that we've had for the last several weeks is Krista DeFini. Krista is our band reporter of all things, and she files this report from the St. Ed's and Stowe game. Krista, take it away.
Well, it was a heck of a game by the St. Ed's football team with a score of 41-35. St. Ed's with the win. It was a pleasure to come out and see St. Ed's play and win, and it was also a pleasure to come watch the marching band.
There you have it. Krista DeFini. There you go.
See her again next week, right?
Absolutely.
Got to make sure she's on the show again next week, probably with St. Edward.
So there you go.
Krista's been fantastic. Maybe we could give her another division because she goes to Cuyahoga, or no, she goes to Independence,
right?
Which is Division 5?
6.
They are 6.
Yeah.
And so now she's moved up to Division 1. We'll find a place for her in between somewhere.
So let's take one quick look at Division 2. What do you expect from the Division 2 Region 5 regional final? Hudson and
I
Warren
still
Harding.
think Hudson, if Hudson game planned for Aurora successfully, I don't think there's any reason they can't do the same for Warren Harding.
I just think Lynn Bowden is going to be too much. I know you disagree. I just
I'm
think
not
he's,
saying,
I
though,
just think
who's
he's
gonna
going to be
win.
too much.
It'll be interesting to see as you look at it. What are you expecting from the Holy War? We've got about 35 seconds left. 15 seconds.
Ignatius, I think Ignatius is the best team in Region 1. I think that's how it'll play out.
I think so also. It will not be as lopsided as it was the first time they played St. Ed's.
It'll be interesting to see. We will have all the answers. That is the game you will likely see on Time Warner Cable Sports Channel next Friday night, live at 7:30. For Dan Lobby from cleveland.com, Dave Scozen, enjoyed it. Good to see you. I'm Dave Bacon. We'll see you again next Friday night, right here on the Friday Night Huddle on cleveland.com and Time Warner Cable Sports Channel. Next week, it's regional finals. Only a couple of weeks left of high school football, and you can see all the action up to and including the state championships on Time Warner Cable Sports Channel, your home for high school sports. We'll see you again next Friday night. There you go. Somebody-
Open, mic 1.